All right, the court is calling 2025 CR 0070000 and 2025 CR 0070063. State versus Troy Trevino. Can I have parties announced?
Referring for the state of Texas.
Travis Kettner, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Trevino. I think there's actually
There
three
should be a
cases.
third case, Your Honor, as well, yes.
Three.
Like a 7,003 and a
And 7063.
7063.
All right. And then also 2025 CR 0070003. Can I have parties announced?
Referring for the state of Texas.
Travis Kettner for Troy Trevino, Your Honor, we're ready.
Are you Troy Trevino?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, in each of the cause numbers, have you received all discovery that you review with your client?
Yes, sir.
In each of the cause numbers, the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Are there applications in these cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Trevino, in each of the cause numbers, did you review the application for deferred adjudication with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
In each cause number, did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, in each cause number, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor, we do.
State in cause number 2025 CR 0070003. Are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
And in cause number ending in 63, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Your Honor, on that, we will be proceeding on count 3 only, and we'll waive counts 1 and 2.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge. Thank you.
And the cause number ending in 31, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
It shouldn't be that one, Your Honor. That's being TIC. It should be the one ending in 7000.
All right, they put that's okay. All right, and 70000, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
All right, and cause number ending in 63, you're charged with continuous violence against a family member. And cause number ending in 00, you're charged with assault, family, household, impeding breath or circulation. Those are all third-degree felonies. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. If I were to grant your application on either of those cause numbers for any reason, your probation were revoked, the court could sentence you up to 10 years in the prison and up to a $10,000 fine. And the cause number ending in 03, you're charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. If the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in the prison. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
If you have plea bargain agreements with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you understand in each cause number, you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses. The state will call on the right to remain silent. Did you understand by entering these pleas, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into plea bargain agreements in each of these cause numbers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, in each of the cause numbers, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Both, yes to both, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Trevino, And either of the cause numbers, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your
Are
Honor.
you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
In each cause number, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. In each cause number, did you review the plea bargain agreement with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea in each cause number, punishment is to be assessed at 8 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine. State is opposed to your applications. The cause numbers are run concurrently. The state will take in consideration 2025 CR 006031. There's an affirmative finding of family violence in each cause number, and there's to be no contact with the complainant. Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that to be your plea in each of these cause numbers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is at the plea,
Yes, ma'am.
the state is at the plea.
It is, Your Honor.
In each of the cause numbers, did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motion?
No, Judge, thank you.
Then in 2025 CR 007000, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest, Your Honor.
And cause number 2025 CR 007063, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest, Your Honor.
And that is to count 3. And cause number 2025 CR 007003, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest, Your Honor.
Stating each cause number, any evidence to support the defendant's pleas.
Yes, Your Honor, with regard to all 3 cases, state will enter into evidence as exhibit 1 with all attachments.
No objection, Judge.
All right, in each of the cause numbers, did you review the waiver and consent to stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you and your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
In each of the cause numbers, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and considered the stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept to evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. State, have you spoken with the complainant?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, in each cause number, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you requesting a PSI?
Yes, ma'am, please.
All right, PSI and top evaluation date, please.
Yes, ma'am, I can do October 7th.
All right, October 7th,
Terrific, Judge. Thank you. Do you do those in the morning or in the afternoon?
morning.
Very good. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
No, completely.
And I'm assuming the other person wasn't sworn in, right?
No, the paperwork has not been done.
Okay. All right, so,
Excuse me.
yes.
Get off of
Thank you. All right, the court is calling 2023 CR 8868 State versus Samuel Bach. Can I have parties announced?
Megan Galloway and Jason Garahan for the state.
Jody Sawyers for the defense, along with Samuel Bach.
All right, and are both parties ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, I have a housekeeping matter for the jury's brought in, a motion.
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, I have a motion requesting a directed verdict on the lack of any evidence as to a deadly weapon, as well as any evidence that my client failed to apply the brakes in a timely manner.
All right, state.
Your Honor, the deadly weapon allegation is a punishment issue for the jury to so find, and so that's regarding him failing to apply the brakes in a timely manner. I believe there's been a scintilla of evidence regarding that. There's testimony regarding the skid marks, and we would ask that you deny the motion.
All right, that will be denied. Defense, do you have any witnesses?
Yes, at this time, we're gonna call Mr. Greg.
Oh, you'll have to take the witness in.
Okay. Not the projector.
Yes.
I was like,
Yes.
what are we doing with that?
Microphone, right?
And Your Honor, I don't see the evidence exhibits from.
Oh, they're here.
Okay.
Microphone, please. Who's ready?
Okay. All right. Let's bring in the jury.
All right, for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. You may be seated. All right, defense, call your witness.
Yes, at this time, Your Honor, we call Mr. Greg Jellick.
All right, if you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, if you can state your name and spell it for the jury, please, and for the court reporter.
Yes, my name is Greg Jellick, Greg Jellick.
All right, defense, you may proceed.
Yes, and Mr. Jellick, can you tell us what your profession is?
Yes, I'm a forensic toxicologist.
And In regards to being a forensic toxicologist, what does a forensic toxicologist do?
Yes. So a forensic toxicologist takes the results of analytical tests done on people who might be living or dead and uses those results and those findings to assist in forensic cases, which means legal cases.
Okay, and as part of your training, what kind of, can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree from The Ohio State University. I have a master's of science in forensic science from the University of Central Oklahoma. I'm also currently in my last semester at UTSA working on my PhD in analytical chemistry.
And do you have any certifications?
Yes, I am a diplomat of the American Board of Forensic Toxicology. So that's a board certification where I took a test to demonstrate my knowledge. And then also I have all these continuing education requirements that I have to fulfill annually.
And in regards to your experience in forensic toxicology, can you give us a background of your employment?
Yes. So after graduate school, I interned at the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Lab in Austin. I, from there, was hired by the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office, where I worked as a toxicology chemist for 8 years. After my employment there, I worked as a manager of a private toxicology lab called Hill Country Toxicology. I then worked for another private toxicology lab called Quality Toxicology, and which then had a spinoff for Quality Forensic Toxicology, which currently exists in Bexar County. And I now, as I'm working through my last semester of, well, actually my years through UTSA, I'm a consultant, forensic toxicology consultant. So I help with lab inspections, and I also testify as an expert witness.
And in regards to research and presentations and publications, do you have any of those?
Yes, I've presented at professional organizational meetings, so my presentations would be part of the abstracts and proceedings from those. For example, the International Association of Forensic Toxicology I presented at. I also have first author paper through through UTSA, my time at UTSA, in the testing of ivermectins in blood. And I'm also second or third author on different papers that have come out of the labs that I've worked at.
And any additional professional development?
Well, as I said, as a board certified forensic toxicologist, I'm required to have a certain amount of continuing education credits every year. So I'm required to go to different coursework to make sure I'm up to date with all the current drugs and demonstrating knowledge of the changing world of drug abuse.
And do you have any professional affiliations?
Yes, I'm a member of the Society of Forensic Toxicologists. I'm a member and former president of the Southwestern Association of Toxicologists. I'm also a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science and also a member of the International Association of Chemical Testing.
Okay, and so in regards to working, for instance, if someone is working at Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office as a forensic toxicologist, what would they do?
Well, when I was working at the county, we had two missions. One was to analyze the bodily fluids that would be obtained at autopsy and to assist the medical examiners in their cause of manner of death determinations. At the time, we also did human performance testing, so DUI type cases. So living individual cases, we would test their blood for alcohol, drugs to help determine whether they were impaired at the time of an accident, for example.
And have you ever testified in any other, in your capacity as a forensic toxicologist in any other cases?
Yes, I've testified about 30 times. Some of that has been for the Air Force in court-martial cases. Some of that has been for the prosecution. Some of that has been for the defense. And I've also testified in civil cases.
And in regards to this particular case, have you had an opportunity to review the autopsy report
Yes,
for Carlos Dominguez?
yes,
And did you have an opportunity to review the toxicology report,
yes,
as well as the underlying data for the toxicology report?
yes,
Have you also had an opportunity to review the medical records for Carlos Dominguez the day before he passed?
yes.
And I'm showing you now what's been marked as defendant's exhibit A, B, C, and D. And can you identify just summarily what these are?
These appear to be medical records for Mr. Carlos Dominguez.
Okay, and at this time, Your Honor, I'm asking that defendants exhibit A, B, C, and D be admitted. I'm tendering them.
It's okay. I've reviewed them, no objection.
All right. Defense exhibits A, B, C, and D are admitted without objection.
All right, so may I approach the court reporter to get them?
Sure.
Honor, may I ask you what the defense is on stuff?
10.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 10. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay, and, oh, I apologize. And what is it?
This is a report for Carlos Dominguez and a visit to his doctor. Date of service, January 24th, 2022.
Okay, and at the bottom of that document, do you see that it says page number 42 of 1467?
I do.
Okay, and the documents that were just admitted as 8A through 8D, those, would you agree that this is one of the documents contained in that stack of documents?
It looks very similar, and the RFMG group logo is on this report, which was on those reports, and some of those reports in the binders. I was just flipping through.
So would you like me to pull it out for you in the binder?
We can if that's necessary.
Okay, well, in any event, this, you would agree with me, is the date preceding, what, would you agree that he, Carlos Dominguez passed away on January 25th, 2022?
I'm gonna object to leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you remember what date Carlos Dominguez passed away.
Yes, I believe it was January 25th, 2022.
And in regards to that, when is this medical record taken?
Yes, the date of service is January 24th, 2022.
And for Your Honor, at this time, I'm gonna ask that defendant's exhibit 10 be admitted. It actually is.
No objection.
All right, defense exhibit number 10 is admitted without objection.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 2 and 3. And looking at defendant's exhibit 2 and defendant's exhibit 3, would you agree with me that they list all the same, they're identical listings of medication?
Yes.
And that those items listed on defendant's exhibit 2 and exhibit 3 that are identical are also listed as the current medications on defendant's exhibit 10.
I do see a difference. For example, levocetirizine is not listed there. Oh, there's 2 patients. My fault. There it is. Yes, it appears to be the same list.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm submitting defendant's exhibit 2 and defendant's exhibit 3 to the state and asking that they be admitted.
Judge, I'm just going to object as to hearsay and improper.
All right, could the parties approach?
A medical examiner's office. What, how does it get to the forensic toxicologist? What portion of the case comes to the forensic toxicologist?
So during the autopsy, they will draw certain fluids from the body that can be normally from the femoral artery in the leg, in the pelvic region, could be from the subclavian vein up here in the collarbone area. Can also include the fluid from the eye, which is a very good sterile source of fluid.
And excuse me, if you could spell the medical terminology for the court reporter, please.
Yes. Femoral would be FEMORAL. And subclavian would be SUBCLAVIAN. And vitreous humor, which is the fluid from the eye, is VITREOUS. REOUS.
Thank you.
And they would also potentially take urine from the bladder. Once the autopsy is complete, they are put into a rack, and the autopsy technician would typically take that upstairs to our lab, where we would receive it and then log those samples into our database.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 11. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is the toxicology report and raw data for the analysis of Carlos Dominguez, ME case 22-00247.
At this time, I'm tendering defendant's exhibit 11 to the state and asking that it be admitted.
Judge, I'm gonna object to this, as you're saying, he's not the author and it's in an out-of-court statement presented for the truth.
All right, if I could.
Of the case?
That's exhibit 11?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
I did.
And in regards to reviewing it, why is it important to review defendant's exhibit 11?
Well, in this case, it has all the underlying data for the results that were produced. I'm also able to see if there were compounds in the testing that they did not identify for whatever reason, and also whether the results were performed correctly.
Okay, and so after reviewing the toxicology report and the underlying data, what did you conclude?
Well, the results of the finding of diphenhydramine and caffeine were in fact done appropriately in the toxicology testing, from what I could tell. There were also, however, some unidentified peaks that were present in what we call the chromatogram. So this particular technique that we use to identify these compounds is called GCMS. And it is a technique to conclusively identify what compounds are present. And what we get is a picture, a fragmentation pattern that allows us to identify those compounds. There were certain peaks in these results that had fragmentation patterns produced. However, they did not rise to the acceptance criteria that the medical examiner's office or the forensic toxicology lab was using at the time. So what I'm seeing are indications of compounds in addition to compounds that they identified, but I also have unidentified compounds being represented in those results.
And did you develop Did you compare the medical records of Carlos Dominguez from January 24th, 2022 to the compounds that were tested in the toxicology report?
I did.
Okay.
And I have a copy if it helps.
Yes.
Yeah.
And based off that, I'm showing you what's identified or marked rather as defendant's exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a table I put together that was built from the drugs listed on Mr. Dominguez's doctor's visit the day prior to his death. And I found compounds that rose to the level of concern in terms of adverse effects and or impairment. And I created this table with those drugs listed, as well as the adverse effects that one might experience while on those drugs. And I italicized which drugs there was either a positive or an indication of a positive in the raw data.
And at this time, I'm tendering defendant exhibit 12 to the state and asking that it be admitted.
I'm objecting as to hearsay. I mean, he can testify to his findings, but.
All right, with regards to defense exhibit number 12, the hearsay objection will be sustained.
Your Honor, you identified in Carlos Dominguez's medical records on January 24th, 2022.
Yes, may I refer to my notes?
Yes. You should have. I apologize. Do you need this back, defendant's exhibit?
I have a copy here as well.
And also, I would refer you to the exhibit that's already been admitted, which is defendant's exhibit 10, which is the actual medical record.
Yes, I have that here.
All right, so how many drugs, current medications did you note that he was taking as of January 24, 2022?
Well, my analysis identified 12 that I was concerned about. But if I'm looking at the report here, I don't believe I've physically counted at this point, so let me just briefly count. Okay, I'm counting 20 drugs that are on his report from his visit with his doctor the day prior. I identified 12 that were concerning to me.
And do you have the one that's marked as defendant's exhibit 10?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna trade you both. So go ahead. There's a clean copy. And can you use the video? Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 10, and I don't know if you can see on your screen where it says current medications.
Yes.
Okay, and so I'm gonna take it in order. Can you tell me what the first medication is?
Tizanidine.
And what is tizanidine?
Tizanidine is a muscle relaxer.
Okay, and what side effects would tizanidine have on a person?
Well, tizanidine being a muscle relaxer means that a person's going to lose muscle tone. They will also experience what we call central nervous system depressant effects. So the most common central nervous system depressant that we know of commonly is alcohol. Alcohol is a central nervous system depressant, and I would refer it as CNS depressant. That's short for central nervous system. There's a lot of different central nervous system depressants out there, but tizanidine is one of them. So if you think about some of the characteristics of alcohol, this can affect balance, this can affect vision, can cause blurred vision, can cause confusion, can cause a person to have a slower reaction time. Those are some of the depressant effects you would expect from tizanidine.
Does tizanidine cause weakness or fatigue?
Yes.
And in reviewing the data, the raw data, can you tell the jury whether or not tizanidine was tested for?
So I cannot tell whether tizanidine was tested for. When I was working at the county, it was not a compound that we tested for.
And in regards to that, let me back up. Earlier you used the word assay, ASSAY. Do you recall referring to that word?
Well, that means assay. That is basically a test, another word for a test.
Okay, and in regards to those tests, how does that test, is it, describe how those work in regards to whether or not a particular drug is tested for at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office?
As I mentioned earlier, that test that we use called GCMS stands for gas chromatography mass spectrometry. And that is a process of, once we extract drugs from a person's bloodstream or whatever biological fluid, we submit it to the gas chromatography part of this test, which if you think about a race between a rabbit and a cow across a West Texas scrub field, you have trees, cactus, brush. This is the same concept with gas chromatography. You would expect that rabbit being smaller and faster to win that race versus the cow, which would have much lumbering process because it's larger in size and be stuck in the cacti and mesquite trees, etc. So once we separate the drugs in that extract, we then bombard them with electrons. These are particles that cause the drugs to break apart. And they break apart in a very specific way that allows us to identify unique fragments that allow us to identify what drug is present. So in that process, we have what's called a chromatogram, which is basically a picture with peaks. And those peaks each represent a different compound that's been found in that blood. The analyst will look at each one of those peaks, look at the fragmentation pattern, and to compare it to our database. We have a database of compounds that we've exploded on our in a controlled environment and kind of recorded those results into a computer. So now when we get the unknown blood analyzed and we have these peaks and these fragmentation patterns, we compare them to the ones that we have from known compounds. So we have an unknown and a known, and we compare those fragmentations. So for example, a rabbit has 4 legs, 2 long ears. The back legs are both longer than the front legs, and it's a furry animal and it's brown in color. Whereas a cow, much larger, has the legs are probably of a similar length. It might have horns. And so if we were to look at the pieces of a cow, we could tell the difference between a cow and a rabbit, right? So, but if we didn't have a picture to refer to, if we'd never seen a cow before, if we didn't have a picture to refer to, we might look at those 4 legs and not understand where they come from. So we need to have in our database that picture of that cow, in this case, the picture of tizanidine, in order to identify it as such when we see it in an extract.
And when, to your knowledge, tizanidine was not in the library of identifiable drugs back when you were at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office, correct?
Correct. And it was not one that we, at that point in time, had a standard for.
Okay. And when the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office puts these tests that they've run through the, or compares them to the library, if there are, I guess, compounds that have not been cataloged in the library, then would the test show them if they were present in the blood?
Well, we might see a peak. So at the medical examiner's office, we had several assays that would test for different classes of drugs. We would have a test for cocaine and opiates. We would have a test for acid neutral drugs like aspirin. We would have a test for alcohol. We would have a test for what we would call alkaline drugs, which includes a lot of the prescription drugs. And so whether or not a drug would be detected by one of these tests really depends on us trying to see if it's there. So we would test a known standard with that assay. And if it shows up, we would know that that assay could detect it if it was present.
So in regards to the showing you what's defendant's exhibit, or sorry, state's exhibit B. And referring you to the last page. What is that?
So this is the face page, the final table of results, if you will, for the toxicology done on Mr. Dominguez's samples.
Okay, and so if I show you the last page of that report, I don't know if you can see it, or if it's, can you read that, or is it too small?
I can see it.
Okay, so if I can call your attention to, it says the drug screen. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the result that states none detected. Does that mean that there are no drugs in someone's system?
No, that particular test will analyze for only specific targeted drugs that they care to look for.
Okay, and so when we ask you about tizanidine, was it in the drug screening when you were there in 2013?
It was not.
All right, so then let's go to the next.
But if I could, that particular drug screen is newer since my time there. However, I reviewed in the raw data results which compounds they were looking for in that test, and tizanidine was not one of them.
Thank you. And if tizanidine had been prescribed to Mr. Carlos Dominguez according to his medical record, and he had taken it, would we be able to tell that from the toxicology report?
Not in the testing that they performed here.
Now, going down the page, can you read the? Sorry, the next one.
Yes. Flonase?
And were you concerned about Flonase?
No.
Okay. What is the next one?
Aspirin?
Okay. Were you concerned about aspirin?
No.
And what is the next one?
Albuterol?
Are you concerned about albuterol?
No.
And what is the next one?
The next one is febuxostat.
And are you concerned about the buxostat?
Not individually, but as we go down this list, there are reasons why together on the whole, when you have a large number of drugs doing different things, it can be. So that was one that I did put on my list to evaluate.
And then continuing to pantoprazole, I'll let you pronounce that.
Yeah, pantoprazole.
Okay, and is that concerning to you?
No.
And the next one?
So the next one, and I should say that as a toxicologist, I often use the molecular name, like the generic name. So if I use metoprolol, for example, I may be referring to toprol that's on this list here, but what I really mean is we don't concern ourselves with the generic or the trade names, but more of the generic names. So metoprolol would be the compound there, and that is a blood pressure medication, and that would be something I'd be interested in, and I did pull it into my table.
And the next one?
Yes, cetirizine.
And is that concerning to you?
Not by itself. Lots of people take cetirizine, but together with other compounds, it can be an issue.
And what is that?
We know it as Zyrtec.
And then the next one?
Nifedipine.
And is that concerning to you?
It is a blood pressure medication, so I would be interested in, at this point, I'm wondering how many blood pressure medications was Mr. Dominguez on? Too many blood pressure medications can be an issue.
And the next one?
I guess olmesartan.
And is that concerning to you?
I did pull that out because it is also a blood pressure medication.
And Lasix?
Yes, it's furosemide.
Is that one concerning?
Yes, well, by itself, no, but I did pull it out because it's also a blood pressure medication.
And then it looks like the ones below here, what does that say right there?
Yes, that says not taking.
Okay, but there's additional ones listed below.
Yes, and I included some of these in my analysis because Mr. Dominguez was an older gentleman, and what we would often see in medical examiner cases is when you have a medicine cabinet full of medications, sometimes you're taking medication that you forgot you're not supposed to take, and so it's included in the list. But omeprazole, or in this case, as omeprazole was not one that I was concerned about.
And the next one,
Calcium, not concerned with.
and the next one,
Olopatadine, not concerned with.
and the next one.
Risadronate, I did put that into my table. It's a compound that can interact with other compounds and have effects that include drowsiness.
And what is it used for?
I'm sorry, weakness, not drowsiness. It's a compound that's used to retain bone structure. So it's preventing your bones from getting brittle.
And the one following that,
Prednisolone,
and is that concerning to you?
no, it wasn't.
And then finally, the last one.
Let's levocetirizine. Mr. Dominguez was already taking cetirizine, so that was already included on a prior section of the list.
Up here.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I don't know if I asked you what the Buxostat does. What is it for?
Yes, febuxostat is to treat gout.
Now, when you said on a number of these, they weren't concerning individually, but there were concerns that you had regarding several of them. What did you mean by that?
Well, some of these compounds, as I mentioned, would be concerning, potentially concerning on their own. So, for example, the tizanidine being a muscle relaxer, if you were operating a motor vehicle under the influence of tizanidine, that could have problems. It would affect your ability to make good executive decisions and have good reaction time in a motor vehicle challenge. But some of these together, for example, tizanidine in blood pressure medications, it's warned to not take blood pressure medication with tizanidine. That's in the records. So that would be an example of where a blood pressure medication maybe by itself is not concerning, but its presence with tizanidine would be concerning. Also, for example, I counted, 5 different blood pressure medications that was listed on Mr. Dominguez's drug list that he was taking. So when a person has high blood pressure, we take blood pressure medications to bring it down into a safe zone. But if you're taking too many, you can pass out, you can become dizzy and fatigued because your blood pressure can drop so low. So if Mr. Dominguez was taking multiple blood pressure medications, that would be a potential adverse effect that could affect his ability to operate a motor vehicle.
And in regards to the ones that he's taking, did it look like he was taking multiple blood pressure medications?
I'm gonna object as to speculations.
Sustained.
Was, in regards to the record, can you name the blood pressure medications under the list of taking?
Yes, so amlodipine.
Let's see.
Judge, I'm gonna object to this question as lack of personal knowledge and speculation, because he's already previously stated that he doesn't know for sure. And so, I mean, the record is in, they can see what was prescribed, but as far as this witness testifying as to what was actually possibly ingested, I'm objecting to.
Right. Yes.
My response is that this is his medical records and what he indicated he was taking, and that is what we're working off of. It's whether he had it in his system or not is additional information, but right now I'm merely asking the question about whether or not multiple
He's allowed to testify to, as since it's in evidence, he's allowed to testify as to what he was prescribed, but as to whether he was taking it or not, the objection to speculation will be sustained.
But in regards to this list, which ones would be blood pressure medication?
Yes, and you're not going to see amlodipine in that list, but it's in the body of the page. You'll see it under history of present illness under hypertension. You'll see amlodipine right there. That's what that.
Can you read this section for me under hypertension?
Yes, hypertension, patient here for follow-up. Hypertension medications include metoprolol, succinate, amlodipine, Benacor. Response to medical therapy has been good. Associated symptoms include none, edema denies.
And what is an edema? No.
That's basically when your fluids in your body collect in your limbs, usually by gravity down in the legs. It's kind of a swelling.
Okay. And so, based off of that, he was prescribed multiple blood pressure medications.
Yes.
And were there any other combinations that concerned you based off of the list?
Yes. Tizanidine, again, with the blood pressure medications, includes a number of them. But there were also multiple antihistamines. So, for example, diphenhydramine was one of the compounds that was identified in Mr. Dominguez's bloodstream. I also saw in the records that a metabolite of cetirizine was indicated. There was a spectra. It matched up very well with the library that they had, but they apparently didn't use a standard for the library because it was unconfirmed. And that, in my recollection from my time at the county, meant that they probably took a pill and scraped a little bit off the pill and put it into the database. However, that's not considered a controlled drug standard. Normally, you would purchase it from a drug company, and that would be what you would use for a standard at Bear County. So that would be one of those compounds that was identified. That's also an antihistamine, and stacking of antihistamines can also have sedative effects. For example, my wife takes diphenhydramine, Benadryl. She takes it every night to help her sleep. And in fact, it's in formulations of sleep medications. So if you
Jack asked you relevance, and what relevance does his wife have to use?
Sustained.
So diphenhydramine and hydroxyzine and cetirizine are three antihistamines that were indicated in the raw results. Those antihistamines have sedative properties, and if taken together, you can stack and have what's called additive effects, which can be even more sedating than if you took one by itself.
So, in reviewing the toxicology report's raw data, did you observe what the standard or the Benadryl, the
Diphenhydramine.
yeah, did you observe that in there?
Yes.
And did it come back positive?
Yes.
And what other ones came back positive?
So as I said, there are other compounds that were indicated because they didn't necessarily have a standard in the library, so they would not necessarily call them positive. But if you were to review the raw data, you would see that they had spectra included in there for the metabolite of hydroxyzine, which we know to be cetirizine.
And what is cetirizine?
Zyrtec.
And was there any other, what is metoprolol?
Right, so metoprolol would be a blood pressure medication.
So, out of the antihistamines that were identified in the raw data, was it just those two, Zyrtec and Benadryl?
Well, and so if the metabolite of, if cetirizine is present and it's a metabolite of hydroxyzine, it's also potential that hydroxyzine, which is a separate antihistamine, could be present.
Could be what?
Present.
Present.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So potentially 3 different antihistamines.
Yes.
All right. And in regards to the level of those antihistamines, you said that one of them had been identified, the level.
Well, the diphenhydramine had been identified.
It had.
Yes.
But the other two had let me ask you, is there a difference between quantitative and qualitative?
Yes.
What is the difference?
So a qualitative identification means it's present, and a quantitative analysis would be, okay, and here's how much.
And so in regards to the Benadryl, I cannot pronounce it, I apologize. But in regards to Benadryl, that was, you would agree, identified for the quantity, right?
Yes, they had attempted a quantitation on that drug and found it to be what they would call less than limit of quantitation, which means it's a small amount.
And then in regards to the other two antihistamines, they did qualitative analysis on those, correct?
Well, the first step in GCMS is to qualitatively identify what's present, and then you decide which ones might be rise to the level of quantitation. So it's kind of a separate analysis.
And did they do qualitative analysis for cetirizine or the hydroxy?
They did the qualitative test. As I said, the results they couldn't report the results because they didn't have that picture in the database that they would have purchased from a drug company. It
Okay.
appears they would have one maybe from a pill scraping, which was not one that could allow them to conclusively put it on a report.
As to the amount found.
Amount or presence for that matter.
Now, in regards to any blood pressure medication, was any of that found on the raw data?
Well, metoprolol was also in the category of present, but criteria didn't allow them to identify it. So it's also indicated. When I looked at the picture from the unknown, multiple fragments were present that were in common with the standard. However, the score was given as a 45, and this is a scoring process that kind of says how likely is it to be that compound. And our minimum, I believe at the time, was 50. So it would have been just under that criteria of identification. However, if you were to review the raw data, you would see that those results are included in the report because the analyst is saying, hey, it's here. I may not be able to call it positive and put it on the front of the report for various reasons, maybe because it's not in the database, but I still am bringing it to your attention.
And in regards to the other blood pressure medication that was indicated as being currently on as of January 24, 2022, did the raw data indicate that any of these substances were tested for?
So the amlodipine was likely included in that library, but the Benicar, which also known as olmesartan, there was no record of it being tested for. And I wouldn't expect that it would be in their library.
All right. Now, in regards to the overall analysis, after you finished looking at what the medical records indicated he was taking, or the doctor thought he was taking the day before, and the raw data from the toxicology, did you find any indications that the toxicology report may not give you a full view of what was actually in Carlos Dominguez's system at the time of the accident?
I'm gonna object to leading.
Sustained.
In reviewing the two documents, what conclusions can you draw?
Of which two documents?
His medical records and the toxicology report.
Well, the toxicology report lists antihistamines that were present, or at least diphenhydramine was present, and that is one that's not listed on his current medication list. But it's an over-counter medication, so that's not necessarily surprising. But when reviewing the raw data, which indicated these other compounds were present, I'm able to say that there are unidentified peaks that could be some of these compounds. That because they don't have those compounds in their library, they wouldn't be able to identify, and they may represent those unidentified peaks.
And in regards to, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 11. And just for your reference, what is defendant's exhibit 11?
This is the raw data packet for Mr. Carlos Dominguez's toxicology results.
And by looking at page number 2 of defendant's exhibit 11, can you tell what tests were requested to be run?
So they requested,
Can you tell what tests were requested?
yes,
Okay, and would you agree with me that they did not test for cannabis?
that is correct.
What is cannabis?
So cannabis,
What is the relevancy?
The relevance is that he didn't get tested for what cannabis is, and so we don't know if he had it in his system or not.
All right, you can ask the question.
What is cannabis?
cannabis is a green leafy plant that is often smoked, or extracts are taken from and made into gummies or vapes. It contains tetrahydrocannabinol, THC, which is an intoxicating and impairing substance.
And through your analysis or review of the raw data, it was not tested for, correct?
That is correct.
And what possible effects can cannabis have on someone's sensory perception?
So cannabis will give you euphoric effects, will also cause your reaction times to slow. Cannabis can also cause you to make poor executive decisions, and the time that it takes you to make an executive decision is lengthened. So like in a driving situation, it's dangerous because the time that it takes you to recognize an issue and make a good decision is affected by the THC.
And then finally, let me ask you, in regards to the metabolic labs, were they requested in this case?
The space for the metabolic testing is not checkmarked here, which would lead me to believe that it was not done.
And in reviewing the raw data, did you find any indication that metabolic labs had been done?
I did not see any indication in here. However, once those tests are done, those results typically won't make it to the toxicology report. They'll go straight to the doctor.
Oh. I pass the witness, Your Honor.
State.
Good afternoon, Mr. Joliet.
Hello.
So, and talking about your time with the Bear County Medical Examiner's Office, that was between the years of 2005 and 2013, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you have not been with the Medical Examiner's Office since then, is that correct?
No, I have not. I keep up with some of the folks there. We run in the same professional circles.
Okay, and so the library that they have would be unknown to you, is that correct? Because you haven't worked there since 2013?
What's currently in that library, I would not know.
Okay, and so, what you are testifying to is they probably don't, or you don't actually know what's currently in their library, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and since you haven't been employed there since 2013, some of their policies and procedures could have changed since you were employed there, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so you're not aware of that, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you're not a medical doctor, correct?
I am not.
Okay, and so your testimony is limited to literature that you read, is that correct?
Well, it's my toxicology training, my experience with case studies, my education, dosing studies that I've participated in. It's a number of different items inform my knowledge.
Okay, nevertheless, you don't have the authority to prescribe medications to anyone, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so, you don't know what Mr. Carlos Dominguez, doctor, instructed him to take, when to take, or anything like that, right?
I have what's in his record from the day before.
Okay, and that's just a list of medications that he was prescribed, correct?
Right, or indicated that he was taking,
Okay,
or in that column anyway that he was taking.
right, but you don't know if he was actually taking them, right?
Some compounds, there's toxicology results that tell me what he could have been taking, what he ingested at some point, but some of these other drugs I do not know.
Okay, we'll get to that. And so regarding on direct, you testified that you've, testified for prosecution previously, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so when's the last time that you testified for prosecution team?
Well, in the Air Force, they have a prosecution and defense, and in those criminal cases, I would have testified probably a year or two ago for the prosecution. I've also testified, the last time I testified for Bear County prosecution would have probably been about 5 years ago.
Okay, was that during your time with quality forensic?
It was not.
Okay.
Let me rephrase that. It would have probably been between the time I left, but I was not with the medical examiner's office at the time, if that's what you meant.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about the different types of forensic analysis, right? So there's one way in that you can take a substance, be it like cocaine or something, and then conduct an analysis to see if it's actually cocaine. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then there's another analysis where you can take blood and then you are analyzing the contents of the blood, correct? To see if there's anything present in the blood.
Yes.
Okay, and then the same thing for the vitreous fluid and for urine, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so I guess was the last laboratory that you were with quality forensics toxicology?
Well, other than the lab I work at UTSA right now,
And is that for your course studies?
that's part of my PhD research.
Okay, so the last time that you were employed in a laboratory, when was that?
Well, other than my time being employed at UTSA as a graduate student, that would have been quality forensic toxicology. Would have left there in December of 2019.
Okay, and so at quality forensic toxicology, it normally referred to as QFT for short. Okay, and so during your time at QFT, they were only authorized to take seized substance like drugs or controlled substances and test for whether they're positive for controlled substance or not, right?
No, that's not.
Well, okay. That and then receiving blood and testing for blood alcohol concentration and or an intoxicating substance in the blood.
So at QFT, we were authorized to do several different types of forensic tests, which did include drug testing in urine, drug testing in blood, and also the analysis of cannabinoids to see if there was an illegal amount of THC in that green leafy substance.
Okay, and then I guess they also did COVID testing for a while, is that true?
That would have been after my time there.
Okay, and so you're aware, I mean, you testified, so when is the last time that you actually, aside from your course study at UTSA, when is the last time that you've actually taken some type of substance like blood, and conducted an analysis on that?
Well, there were analyses that I performed at QFT, likely in both blood and urine, all the way through my time with QFT. The forensic cases that we wanted qualified individuals to do that testing so that we could come to court and testify the results. So that would have also included me.
And that was in 2019, correct?
Well, December of 2019 would have been my last month there, but prior to that, yes.
Okay. And then you testified that you're a member of the American Board of Forensic Toxicology, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you're aware of the Texas Forensic Commission is, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so that is authorized by statute here in Texas, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so they're in charge of being responsible for establishing procedures, policies, and practices to regarding the quality of forensic analysis in Texas, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so you haven't been licensed with the Texas Forensic Commission since 2020, right?
Since December of 2019.
Okay, and on that day, your license expired and you have not renewed it.
To have a Texas Forensic Science Commission license, you have to take a test, take a number of coursework that they require that you have to be licensed. And but you also had to have a sponsoring forensic laboratory. And so when I was there licensed with the Texas Forensic Science Commission, my licensing laboratory that I was attached to would have been QFT. So once I left, there was no need for me to have that Forensic Science Commission license anymore. And so it terminates when you stop working for a forensic lab.
Now I want to talk to you about half-life, and so, well, hold on. When we're talking about what Sawyer's referred to as drugs, we are referring to medications that were prescribed to Mr. Carlos Dominguez, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, because in your review, there was no evidence of any illegal substances that were ever ingested, right?
I have no record of any illegal substances. I should add though that diphenhydramine was not on the list of compounds that he was taking, but it was found in his system. So to go back to your previous question, there were drugs he was taking that were not on this list.
Okay, but diphenhydramine is an over-the-counter medication that is available to anyone, correct?
That's correct.
I mean, parents can buy it for their toddlers, right?
They can, but I would be very careful with that. Kids are not little adults, so we have to be careful about how we dose them.
Okay, and I mean, there's children's Benadryl, correct, and,
Yes,
okay, and when you buy those, it comes with dosing on the back, correct?
yes.
All right. Now, if we are talking about medications, what is the half-life of any drug?
Well, the half-life of a drug is how long it takes for a certain amount of drug in your body for half of it to disappear or to be metabolized by your body.
Okay, and so if we're talking about tinzanidine, what was reported in the medical records, do you have that, Julie?
It's up there.
Okay, so if we're looking at the tinzanidine, it was prescribed to take 1 tablet as needed orally at night. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
Okay, and so tinzanidine, that is actually a short-acting medication. Isn't that correct?
It could be considered short-acting. It has a half-life of 2.5 hours.
Okay, and so what kind of side effects would you expect to see for someone taking tinzanidine?
Well, it depends on a number of factors. One big one is that Mr. Dominguez was also being treated for chronic kidney disease. So, and he was what we would call a geriatric patient.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to listen to the question and answer the question that I'm asking. What would be the side effects?
So side effects for tizanidine could be, as we discussed earlier, central nervous system depressant effects like dizziness and drowsiness and weakness. You might also see confusion in an individual taking tizanidine, and those effects could be magnified by what else they might be taking or by the kidney impairment.
Okay, and so you testified that the half-life is about how long?
2.5 hours.
Okay, and so that means that it would stay in the body possibly from anywhere between 10 to 12 hours, isn't that correct?
That's about it.
Okay, and the effects, because it's short acting, are not going to last that long, right?
Well, the effects will last while you have that compound affecting your brain.
Okay, so the half-life, if it would stay in your system for about 10 to 12 hours, because it's short acting, the effect would only last from between 3 to 6 hours, isn't that correct?
I think at least 3 to 6 hours.
Okay,
It could be more. And again, it will differ with an individual, especially if they're not able to eliminate it as quickly as the average individual.
okay. And so what about someone that was suffering from frequent urination? Would that affect how fast the medication is going through their system?
I don't think that would be important in necessarily in this case because he was taking medication, I believe, to, well, actually, he was taking a diuretic. So he could be flushing a compound out quickly, but the kidneys are responsible for deciding when a compound goes into the urine. And if the kidneys have disease like Mr. Dominguez did, then this compound wouldn't necessarily be exiting his system very quickly.
Okay, but you don't know that for sure, do you?
Well, I know he has chronic kidney disease.
Okay, but you cannot testify as to how long the medication was staying in the system, right?
I can tell you that in people who are geriatric or have kidney disease, that their elimination half-lives will increase immensely, as much as 4 times as much somebody who did not have those issues.
Okay. And you would agree with me that tinzanidine is an alkaline drug, correct?
It likely, yes, it is an alkaline drug.
Okay, and so the alkaline was something specifically tested for by the Bear County Medical Examiner's Office, right? Alkaline drugs.
They did do an alkaline assay. As I mentioned, there were unidentified peaks in that assay.
Okay, and so had the tinzanidine been in the system rising to a level of reporting, it would have popped up on the toxicology report, correct?
Not necessarily. You would have to have it in your library to be able to identify it, to even know that it was possibly there or even indicated.
Okay, and we've already established that you don't know what's in the Bear County Medical Examiner's library, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so, let's talk about when you are conducting toxicology on somebody post-mortem, there is changes that can occur, isn't that correct?
Yes, postmortem changes.
Okay. And so it's possible that in the toxicology, that the substances can increase, stay the same, or decrease, correct?
That's true.
Okay, and so you here today cannot testify as to whether Mr. Dominguez was impaired when he was killed.
I was not in Mr. Dominguez's vehicle. I was not there to see how he was acting at the time, so no.
Right, okay, because if we're talking about that, these levels that you're seeing or testifying to, they can't really tell you anything, right?
Which levels are you referring to?
Or the diphenhydramine, okay, we know that, what is the therapeutic range for diphenhydramine?
Diphenhydramine, I would say above, 0.1 milligrams per liter is probably the low therapeutic range for diphenhydramine.
Okay, and so were you aware that the level in this case was reported as a 0.035?
Yes.
Okay, so then that means that it would be under the therapeutic range, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so if we are talking about you sitting there today, you've already testified, you don't know Mr. Dominguez, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you were not around him at or near the time that he's at, correct?
That's correct.
And so you cannot testify as to whether he was impaired by the things that you see in the toxicology report. You can only testify that they were present, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so the best witness that we would have to tell us about whether he was impaired or not is somebody that would have been with him at or near around the time of his death, right?
Somebody who was observing whether or not he was experiencing drowsiness, dizziness, weakness, paying attention to those types of symptoms would be a person that would be best to indicate that, yes.
Okay, and so when we're talking about the levels that are reported, all of that depends on when the ingestion time was, correct?
Yes.
Which we don't know, you don't know that, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and so all you can say, as you sit up there right now, is that it was present in the autopsy toxicology report, correct?
I can say that some compounds were present or indicated, and some compounds, we have unidentified peaks which they may represent.
Okay, but you cannot testify as to any effects, if any, and especially any impairment, right?
I can testify as to what the literature suggests somebody with these compounds would have in their system and what kind of impairing effects they might be experiencing.
But you cannot testify to whether Mr. Dominguez was impaired at the time of his death, right?
I was not in the vehicle. I did not perform any field sobriety tests before he got in that vehicle, so no.
Okay, and at the time, you wouldn't have even been able to conduct the analysis yourself, right? Because you don't have a certifying lab and you're not licensed in the state of Texas.
Yes, that's not my role. It was not my role in 2022.
Okay. Now regarding, there's been some mention of a diabetic ketosis. Are you aware what that is?
Ketoacidosis?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and so for that, a sufficient testing for that is to test acetones, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so in this case, Ms. Sawyer, do you have the toxicology? I'm showing you defendant exhibit number 11. And so, if we are looking at that, any ketones that would have been in the blood would have popped up under the alcohol, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so,
Yes,
here there's none detected, right?
that's what the results say.
Okay, and so we can rule out that diabetic ketosis, right?
Yeah, I don't see any indication that ketoacidosis would have been in a level significant enough to produce a result.
Okay. Now regarding impairment, did you ever talk with the toxicologist that conducted the analysis, in this case at the MD's office?
No,
Okay, not regarding this case, right?
No.
Okay, did you ever talk to, Mr. Carlos Dominguez prescribing doctor about, the medications that she prescribed him?
No.
Okay, and, did you talk to anybody that was around Mr. Dominguez at or near the time of his death about any observations that they made about him specifically?
I did not.
Okay, and so if we are talking about the medications, what, and speaking, you did not speak to the toxicologist at the MD's, is this correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so you were employed by Ms. Sawyers, is that correct?
Yes, in this case,
Okay, and so, are you paid a fee for your services?
I am
Okay, what is your hourly rate?
$300 an hour.
And how many hours have you spent working on this case?
Oh, probably about, at this point, probably about 13 hours.
Okay, and, is that including your testimony currently, or?
Yes,
Okay, and so I guess you're in for about $7,000, is that correct?
I have not done the math yet.
Okay, and so currently in your employment as a consultant, a good portion of your money comes from testifying as a defense expert, is that correct?
It was from testimony and reviewing cases, documents, videos. It's a number of different things.
Okay. And in your review of the medical records, did you find anything that suggests that Mr. Dominguez was suffering or had any prior seizure condition?
I didn't see anything that suggested that.
Okay, what about any suicidal ideations?
And I should emphasize, I have only reviewed the report from the PCP, the doctor visit from the day prior. So anything in those binders other than that page or a couple pages, I wouldn't know.
Okay, well. Regarding what you've reviewed, did you see anything suggesting any suicidal ideations?
No, but I did see a Brady notice.
And what? In the medical records that you reviewed?
No, in the documents that I reviewed.
Okay, and was that provided to you by Ms. Sawyers?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we are talking about. Let's move on to the citronidine, the Zyrtec. That was described as. On defendant's exhibit number 10. Right here, 1 tablet orally once a day. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
Okay, and so that's an antihistamine, that's used to treat allergies, is that correct?
Yes.
Alright, and regarding, what is the half-life of the Zyrtec?
Well, can I refer to my notes?
Sure.
The half-life is 6.5 to 10 hours. Again, that would be potentially longer in somebody who was suffering from chronic kidney disease.
Okay, and so with the half-life of that, potentially how long could it stay in your system?
Well, it could stay in your system up to probably 2 days.
Okay. And if we are speaking about the chronic kidney disease prognosis that you were speaking about, if we look in defendant's exhibit number 10. Regarding the chronic kidney disease, this indicates that Mr. Dominguez was seeing a specialist, right? What is a nephrologist?
That's a doctor that specializes in kidney disease.
Okay, and in fact, it indicates that he's ordered new lab orders, which were faxed to the doctor that made this record, and the patient presented on January 24th of 2025 to have those labs conducted, right? That's what the record indicates.
I believe probably 2022.
Yeah, 2022,
Yes,
but that's what the record indicates.
that's what it suggests.
Okay, and well, I guess you said you didn't review all of those.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so then I'll move on from that. And so ultimately, in sum, all that you can say to this jury is that at the time that the autopsy was performed, there were signs of diphenhydramine and the Zyrtec in the system, is that correct?
The diphenhydramine, the Zyrtec, and potentially the hydroxyzine and the metoprolol.
Okay, but you cannot tell them that Mr. Carlos Dominguez was impaired at the time of his death, correct?
I was not in the vehicle and didn't give any SFSTs, field sobriety tests, so I can't speak conclusively to that.
Okay, and so the best person that would be able to speak to that is somebody that was with him near the time of his death, correct?
I believe I answered that question earlier, but yes, somebody who was paying attention to those types of symptoms could give that, could weigh on that question.
All right, thank you. We talked to witness.
All right, defense.
Just briefly, you did view the video. Did you have an opportunity to view the video of the crash in this instance?
Yes.
After reviewing that video, did you have any concerns?
I'm gonna object as to outside of this photo and expertise and speculation.
Sustained.
Well, let's talk about, you mentioned kidney disease and geriatric patients or people who are taking medications with those factors. What does that mean? What complications, if any, would they experience?
Well, as I was saying earlier, the kidneys are responsible for moving drugs out of your bloodstream into your urine. And if they're impaired due to disease, they're not going to do an effective job of getting that out of your system. And therefore, you'll have a backup of that drug basically in the bloodstream. It'd be like if we're all trying to get off the Frio Street exit at the same time, you know, you're gonna have a backup of drug until every car finally gets through there. In a person who's got a healthy kidney that's gonna effectively pass the drug into the urine, then it'll exit his system in how the drug company controlled studies would indicate, like an average person.
Okay, and then, in regards to a Brady notice, what is a Brady notice?
Judge, I'm going to object as to hearsay outside of the scope of his expertise and relevance.
Sustained.
Well, in regards to the, information that you were provided in this case to review, was it information that was provided to defense by the state?
No object as to speculation.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have y'all, we're gonna take our 5-minute break at this, well, I'd say 15-minute break at this point. Please remember my previous instructions. Everyone, please rise for the jurors. What page is he on the docket? All right, the court is calling 2025 CR 00747 State versus Joseph Gilbert Montez Lee. Can I have parties announced? Come down, sir.
Lauren Espinoza for the state of Texas, Teresa Max Vasquez for the defense.
And are you Joseph Montez? Counsel, have you received? Counsel, have you received all discovery that you review with your client?
Yes.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Lee, did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Judge.
Did you review court admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places? Did you understand your charge of possession of a controlled substance penalty group 1 less than 1 gram? That's a state jail felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand? If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. You have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent. Did you understand by entering this plea, you are giving up those rights? Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Mr. Lee, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea? Anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? Are you a U.S. citizen? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 60 days in the Bexar County Jail. Under 1244, there's a $500 fine. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense, is that the plea?
Yes.
State, is that the plea? Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
Yes.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State, any evidence?
Yes, Judge. State tender states exhibit 1 in all attachments.
All right, did you review the waiver and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there'll be no live testimony. Did you understand? Court will find that defendant had knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. Court has reviewed the same. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Judge.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
We would just like to take into consideration
consideration and approve the recommendation from the state, and also to take into consideration who does not have any funds to be able to provide for the $500 fine.
All right. The court is going to sentence you to 60 days in the Bear County Jail on a 1244. Give you credit for any time served. There's a $500 fine, time and money to run concurrently. Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it? All right, because this is plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. One or two things going to end up happening in your life if you continue on this path. Either you're going to end up in and out of somebody's jail. Oh, you have feedback?
Yeah, there's this speaker here that I think it's like.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. Either you're going to end up in and out of somebody's jail, in and up out of somebody's prison, or either somebody's going to be identifying your body, because I read the police report. You were laying down, someone else was laying down, you were not moving. You understand? If there's an issue, let us know. When you're released from the jail, if you can't find a sober support house or a place to stay, I will make sure that happens for you, okay? All right, thank you.
You have a child, she did just let me know that he finished the flight.
All right. All right, you got to continue.
Yes.
Thank
so
you.
much. I appreciate it.
Sure. All right, we're going to. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, discovery is information that is tendered by the state to the defense. Any word of the mention Brady or any question or answer related to the word Brady, you are to disregard and to ignore in its entirety. Does everyone understand? Is there anyone who is not able to do that? All right, and I'll take that as a no. All right, defense, I believe it's your redirect.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so Mr. Jellick, in regards to substrates or inhibitors, what are substrates and inhibitors?
When we take a drug, our body wants to get rid of it, sees it as a foreign substance. And so our body has a number of proteins in our liver that are in charge of making those drugs more water-like, more excretable, so we can get it out in our urine. And those proteins are called enzymes. And it's a family of enzymes. Some drugs are metabolized by one set of enzymes, and then other drugs are metabolized by another set of enzymes. When we take, for example, in this case, tizanidine is metabolized by an enzyme called 1A2. That's the name we give it. If you take a lot of drugs that are also metabolized by 1A2, what happens is kind of like our story about the Frio Street exit.
I'm going to object us to non-responsive relevance because he's testifying as to things that he doesn't even know if they were present in the labs or not.
Sustained.
Well, there are some.
All right, so if there are potentially substances that were not tested for, well, let me ask you this. Who would know what substances were and were not tested for? Your Honor.
All right, sorry, I'm sorry, could you re-ask your question, please?
I'm showing you. What?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit B. Can you tell me who the staff pathologist was in this case?
Is Dr. Feig,
And who is the chief toxicologist?
that'd be Dr. Hargrove.
Okay, and they're the ones who are signing off on the toxicology report, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and would they be able to tell us what all drugs were and were not tested for in the drug screen?
Sustained.
Who would have knowledge of what is in the libraries at Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office?
Dr. Hargrove, as well as the chemists who use the alkaline assay.
And then, so earlier you mentioned the complications of age and kidney disease in processing drugs. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall the state asking you about the half-life of drugs?
Yes.
And in regards to that, is there other issues that would affect the body's ability to be able to not be affected by these drugs?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, one of those issues is having multiple drugs that are metabolized by the same enzyme. Like the Frio Street exit, things will back up in our system if trying to get through one channel at the same time to metabolize. And so this is a common issue. We have, it's called pharmacogenomics. Each of us genetically are different in this sense, but our enzymes responsible for metabolizing those drugs can be occupied to the point that some other drug can't get metabolized, and so it'll build up.
And is there a particular, in reviewing all of the medical records, Was there any particular substrates or inhibitors that you were concerned about here?
Yes, well, caffeine and diphenhydramine were found in the tox results, and those are both metabolized by the enzyme 1A2. There are 3 other compounds on the list of taking medications that are also metabolized by 1A2, and that includes febuxostat, nifedipine, and tizanidine.
And febuxostat is taken
For gout,
and nifedipine is taken for,
that's a blood pressure medication.
and then the tizanidine is taken for.
Muscle relaxant, likely for pain in this case.
And so the combination of these, would that create any complications for Carlos Dominguez if they're all in his system?
I'm gonna object as to speculation and relevance. He's already stated that he can't even testify whether they were in his system or not.
Right, the objection will be sustained.
Now, what, if I can go back on the math, what is 300 times 13?
$3,900.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Okay, just really briefly, when you're talking about a metabolite, that is something that you're seeing that's not active in the system, is that correct?
No, there are many active metabolites. In fact, some drugs were even created to not act in the unmetabolized form, but to act in the metabolized form.
Okay, so for example, cocaine, for example, okay, so you worked at QFT, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so you in 2019 and before done blood analysis to determine blood alcohol concentration and whether there's any legal substances in the blood, correct?
yes.
And so for a substance like cocaine, if you are just getting a metabolite, that's not active, correct?
Cocaine has active metabolites if a person's been drinking. There's actually a metabolite that's formed that has active components. But if you haven't been drinking, the most basic metabolite, benzylecgonine, is not active.
Okay, and so most every drug has metabolites that are not really active, correct?
There are some drugs that have all their metabolites are active.
Okay, and when we're talking about the half-lives, possibly suggesting half-life, that means that the substance could have been ingested days before, like we don't know, isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase your question?
Yes, when we are talking about the half-lives and the rate of elimination, correct?
Yes.
And so like in this case, we saw that the diphenhydramine was reported at a 0.035, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so if we are looking at that rate, taking into consideration the half-lives, that diphenhydramine could have been taken days before.
If a person
It's a
had,
yes or no question.
it's not a yes or no question. It could have been from a couple days prior.
It could have been.
If the person had reduced metabolism.
Okay, and so you just testified that factors that reduce metabolism are kidney disease and what else?
Well,
Age
yes, that's one.
and what else?
Genetic factors and drug inhibition,
Okay,
metabolism inhibition.
okay, so it's possible in this case that that diphenhydramine was ingested days before.
If Mr. Dominguez had inhibition of metabolism, or if had a genetic defect to the protein, that can lengthen the elimination time, that can lengthen the half-life.
Okay, so I'm a little confused then, because on your direct, you said that the kidney issue would inhibit the elimination rate. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and so it is possible that in this case, the diphenhydramine was ingested days prior.
I'm sorry.
Yes or no?
Days is vague, but it could have been ingested a day prior, yes, or more.
Okay, but you can't tell this jury beyond reasonable doubt when he ingested it or whether it had any effects on him. Isn't that correct?
I would say I cannot tell you when he ingested it, but the body
But
of knowledge.
as a toxicologist,
But the-
you cannot testify to whether it impaired him at all, isn't that correct?
It is-
Because you were not around him,
It is-
right?
It is possible that it impaired,
It's possible.
yes.
Okay, but you don't know that for sure.
Beyond a reasonable doubt, no,
No, right? Because you were not around him, we've already established, correct?
yes,
And so you did not make any observations as to him, correct?
that's correct,
And you're not a medical doctor, we've already established, right?
yes.
And so you really don't know whether he was taking these medications, right?
No, there are medications in his bloodstream that represent that he was taking them.
Okay, and that's the diphenhydramine, which we're aware of, correct, and Zyrtec.
Diphenhydramine, Zyrtec, and hydroxyzine, and also caffeine, which is a 1A2 inhibitor.
Okay. And beyond a reasonable doubt, you cannot represent to this jury that he was impaired at the time of his death.
I'm gonna object to the legal standard. This is being misapplied and it invades the province of the jury.
All right, can I have parties approach? And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state has the burden of proof. Does everyone understand? All right, state, you may proceed.
Okay, and so when we're talking about the therapeutic range of drugs, what does that mean? Is that when you would see the effects of the drugs prevalent?
Well, the therapeutic range would be where you're hopefully taking the drug for its purpose and it's having those kind of effects. So if you're taking diphenhydramine because you're having an allergic reaction, it's going to reduce the amount of allergic reaction that you're occurring, but then you'll also have those side effects during that process.
Okay, and so you said that the therapeutic range for the diphenhydramine was 1.0, is that what you said?
That is my recollection. I don't have that written down here.
Okay, and so in this case, the diphenhydramine was reported at a 0.035, correct?
That is what you have indicated.
Well, did you review the records?
I knew that, and apparently the records are not here in front of me, but actually the results on the front do not indicate 0.035. You'd have to go into the raw data to see that.
Okay, I'm showing you what is marked as defendant's exhibit number 11. Can you take a look at that for me, please?
Yes,
Okay. And so what the raw data suggests is that the reported level was 0.035, correct?
that is correct.
Which is below the therapeutic range.
Yes.
Okay, and so with a degree of medical certainty, you cannot tell this jury that Mr. Carlos Dominguez was impaired at the time of his death, correct?
My professional ethical guidelines prevent me from making conclusions based on a degree of scientific certainty. That is not my role. My role here today is to give you what I saw in the record. Ultimately, it's the jury's job to decide the weight of the evidence. So that's not a role that I would take. Can't answer that question in the way that you're presenting it.
So you cannot tell them whether Mr. Dominguez was impaired at the time of his death.
I'm giving you my opinion and analysis of the literature of what the average individual might be experiencing, or somebody who had kidney disease, or in this case, multiple 1A2 inhibitors.
Was Mr. Dominguez impaired at the time of his death?
I would not know because I was not present in the vehicle at the time.
Thank you. We pass the witness.
Your Honor, at this time, I ask that defendants exhibit 11, the brought out of the toxicology report, be admitted.
Same objection as to hearsays.
If I could see defense exhibit number 11, please. Thank you. All right, state's objection to defense exhibit number 11 is sustained.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you.
No further questions and excused by the state.
Excused?
Yes.
All right, if you'll leave those exhibits with the court reporter, please. Thank you. No.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, defense, call your next witness.
Yes, at this time, we call Dr. Eftekar to the stand.
Your Honor, this one doesn't have a label on it. But I believe-
Oh, just leave it with the court
Okay.
reporter. Thank you. All right, and sir, if you'll take the stand, please. All right. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can have a seat, please.
Thank you.
And if you'll state your name and spell it for the court reporter, please.
It's John Eftekar, Jahan Eftekar.
All right, you may proceed, defense.
Thank you. Dr. Eftekar, if you could explain what your profession is.
I am a engineering forensics expert. I do crash reconstruction, product liability cases, evaluate if the products have problems and cause death in particular. And also I do criminal cases.
And in regards to your academic training, can you tell us about that?
I have about 14 to 15 years college education. The terminal degree was PhD in mechanical engineering. And I've taken a large number of courses in crash reconstruction, crash testing of the vehicles, occupant injury, rollovers, machinery, and all types of other mechanical engineering equipment.
And in regards to short courses completed.
Yes, probably by now is over 50 short courses that I've completed and have received certificates.
And can you give us some examples of those?
Crash testing of the vehicles, with two vehicles crashing each other, finding out how much damage is to the vehicle, how much of damage goes into the vehicle for the occupants to get injured, rollover cars, brake testing, seat design, impact seats, side impact vehicles, see if the energy transfers to the vehicle itself, tire testing, wheel testing.
And in regards to short courses that you taught.
I've taught crash reconstruction, simulations, automated crash reconstruction, computerized crash reconstruction, accidental injury, which I taught at university level, how people get injured either with impact or without getting impacted. It means they jolt, they go through and get injured. The courses in measurement instrumentation, how to analyze a crash, how to analyze a mishap.
And in regards to your experience, what experience have you had in this field?
I was a professor for almost 30 years at Texas Tech University, UT Austin, UT San Antonio. I was the chairman of the Department of Mechanical Engineering. I started biomechanics program at UTSA. I started the Formula SAE race cars for UTSA and also at UT Arlington. I started the machine shop over there. I have about 40 patents with Department of Defense and US Air Force. I've designed so many equipment for UTSA, for components outside, for Southwest Research,
For what kind of research?
Southwest Research Institute. So I've been around for a long time.
And how many cases have you testified in?
At least few hundred. I don't have a number, but probably over 300, 400 cases.
And are those always in criminal cases or what kind of cases?
No, criminal cases are about 10% of my workload. 90% are civil lawsuits.
And have you ever testified on behalf of the state or US government?
In the civil lawsuits, I have had many cases, in particular for the federal government, when they get sued. And in the criminal cases, I used to have a large number of cases with the state, but not recently have testified for the state.
And are you registered by the state of Texas in anything dealing with your profession?
Yes, I'm a professional engineer licensed in the state of Texas, and also I am ASME fellow, American Society of Mechanical Engineering fellow.
And have you had any recent publications and presentations?
Yes, I've had a few recently, but overall I've had a large number of publications.
Approximately how many publications would you say?
Over 100.
And do you have any book reviews and or patents?
Yes, I have several book reviews. I have over 40 patents with Department of Defense, Air Force, and personal.
And in regards to the courses that you've taught, have you taught any? I mean, I know you're a professor, but what kind of courses did you teach?
Well, I've taught courses in mechanical engineering and some in civil engineering and some math courses, but of interest is mechanical engineering design, vehicle dynamics, car design, and accidental injury are the ones that somehow relates to the type of testifying that I do.
And then finally, do you have any recent accomplishments?
Well, yes, I have a grandchildren.
Okay. Any that relate to this?
I get awarded by the some of the societies as to dedication to their profession, helping the students from the past. I have probably over 7,000 students graduated under me. So they nominate me and I get awards from different societies, from NASA, from other professions.
Now, in regards to this case, what questions were you asked to answer?
Generally, to evaluate the case, see who caused the accident.
Okay. Well, specifically, were you asked to answer whether Samuel Bach's driving speed was a contributing factor in the crash?
Yes.
Were you asked, was Carlos Dominguez's failure to yield right of way a contributing factor in the crash?
Yes.
In regards to the first one, Samuel Bach's driving speed a contributing factor in the crash? What was your conclusion?
Judge, also jackass, you got 10 being into the problems in the jury.
Right, that will be sustained.
All right, so let's talk about your work performed in this case. What did you review?
I reviewed the state documents, which included the photographs of the scene, the dash cam video, body cam video, the surveillance video, the investigation that performed by the state, and the analysis they performed, and then I did my own analysis.
Okay, and so in regards to the case overview, do you recall the date?
Yes, January 25, 2021. 22.
Okay, and how many vehicles were involved in?
2.
And did you take an opportunity to look at the Texas Peace Officers crash report in this case?
Yes.
Is this a report that is routinely filed in cases like this?
Yes, this is CR3 crash report.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 13. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, and in regards to the crash report, why are crash reports relevant?
It shows the date and time, location of the crash, the people involved, vehicles involved, and give an opinion by the investigating officer as to what he believes caused it.
Okay, and in regards to this particular officer, what was his findings?
Officer Gonzalez,
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
Were in conducting your analysis, did the review of the documents lead you to consider any particular factors?
yes.
Okay, what 2 factors were those?
Factors as to how this crash occurred in terms of location, orientation, and also what the contributing factor is for this crash.
Okay, and what was the contributing factors that you, after reviewing the report, were led to investigate?
Objection hearsay, Your Honor. Based on hearsay.
Is it, are you asking him about his own investigation or
Yes.
somebody else's?
On this particular report, Your Honor.
All right, are you speaking about the report or your own investigation?
Well, the question was about the report.
All right, so you will have to tender him as an expert for him to testify on anything that's hearsay.
I tender him as an expert in regards to accident reconstruction.
Accident reconstruction, not report reading, Your Honor.
Yes. All right, so then no objection to him as an accident reconstructionist?
That,
As a reconstructionist, Your Honor.
and so in regarding, like, as an accident reconstructionist, what documents do you rely on to conduct your analysis?
The first document is crash report as to location, type of vehicles, and people involved in the crash. And then after that is analysis, investigation of the site and vehicles.
Okay. Any other documents or evidence?
Beyond that is the statements given, videos available. And in civil lawsuits, we have usually depositions that we review.
Is there any data that's pulled that you would rely on?
Oh, absolutely. If the vehicles have an airbag control module, which I can explain what it is later on, then we want to download those data to get information about what happened right prior to the accident.
And what is that data called?
The data called CDR, Crash Data Retrieval Download. And
Now,
it's downloaded from the airbag control module of the vehicle.
and backing up to the Texas Department of Public Safety's crash accident report, defendant's exhibit 13 in front of you.
Yes.
Okay. What is the purpose of these reports?
To identify the crash itself, or how it happened and where it happened, and if somebody was at fault according to the investigation.
Okay. And who, I guess, puts these reports together? Who authors them?
Investigating police officer of the county.
Okay, and in this case, can you tell what officer?
Officer Gonzalez was, I believe, the investigating officer, L. Gonzalez, that published this report on same day of the accident.
And so at this time, Your Honor, I'm asking that defendants exhibit 13 be admitted. I'm considering to state for their.
Your objection.
All right, if I could see it, please. All right, I'm sorry, state's objection will be sustained.
So in regards to the information you learned from this, though, that leads you to, does that have any impact in your accident reconstruction analysis?
Yes,
And what in this case did you start with?
I start with evaluating the vehicle damages, the roadway marking, direction of the travel of the vehicles. And then I received that video that helped a lot in analyzing the crash itself.
All right. And when you reviewed the report, the accident report, did it have a diagram on there?
Yes,
Did you review that diagram?
yes,
Did it help you in assessing like where to start with?
yes. It shows the direction of the travel of the vehicles and also where they ended up usually. And the only thing is not to scale.
Okay. And those are created by the officers at the scene
Yes,
and they're contained in the accident
yes,
report. And all right, there are codes in an accident report. Are you familiar with the codes in accident reports?
yes.
Okay. And why do they use codes?
Because it's much easier to give them a number rather than writing a phrase there.
Okay. And were there two codes that were used in this report
Yes,
that you looked at? And what two codes were they?
Your Honor, objection, hearsay.
All right, that'll be overruled as to the codes that you looked at.
yes.
What codes did you look at?
The two codes over there, one states that failed to yield right away. And
I apologize. Go ahead.
and the other one shows unsafe speed.
And all right. And so are those the two things that you focus your attention on?
Actually, I noticed them, then I had to do my own evaluation.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you. Did you have an opportunity to look at the photos of the scene of the accident in this case?
Yes,
All right. And in regards to that, did you make notes as to certain things you wanted to point out to explain what you were looking at?
yes.
All right. Use the projector. I'm showing you what's been marked as defendants exhibit 14, 15, and 16. Are these photos that you looked at in the case?
Yes,
And in regards to defendants exhibit 16 what does defendant 16 represent?
16 is actually my diagram.
Okay, and what does it represent, the photo itself?
Shows the area of the crash and direction of the travel.
Okay, And is this a photo that you relied on to assess the accident reconstruction?
Yes,
Okay, and have you altered it in any way?
no. Oh, I modified it by adding an arrow.
Okay. And do you believe that defendant's exhibit 16 would aid the jury in being able to understand your testimony today?
Yes,
Okay, and then in regards to defendants 14 and 15, do you believe that have you modified them in any way?
no. Those were there.
Um,
I'm not sure. I don't think I had added those. I don't remember.
okay, all right. So you're not familiar with the markings on defendants exhibit 14 and 15?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So in regards to defendants 14 and 16, though, the underlying picture were pictures of the scene in this actual case, correct?
Yes.
And what are those pictures that are already into evidence? What are they depicting?
They show the tire marks from the vehicles and also the rest area of the vehicles.
Okay, and then in defendant 16, I'm tendering it to the state and asking that it be admitted.
No objection, Your Honor. Please offer, no objection from the state.
And that's number 16?
Yes.
16, Your Honor.
All right, defense exhibit 16 is admitted without objection.
Okay. So if we're looking at defendant exhibit 16, what is this a view of?
That's the view of Highway 181 south.
Okay, and do you know what this is?
That's a restaurant.
Okay, and why did you put this red arrow here?
That was the direction of the travel of Mr. Buck.
Okay, and then Your Honor.
Do you see them or no? Yep.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 4. It's already been admitted. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
Okay, and what does it depict?
that's the vehicles traveling west on Highway 181 approaching the area of the accident. And I believe this is Google Earth photograph.
Yeah, but in regards to this right here, what is this?
That's the restaurant.
Okay, and do you recognize what this is right here that's sticking up in the air?
That's the utility pole.
Okay, and was the utility pole viewed in any of the video in this case?
Yes,
Okay. And from this picture, would this be the positioning of this? Where would Samuel Bach's car have been traveling?
in the left lane.
This lane?
Yes,
And would it have been traveling in this direction?
correct.
Okay. So this would be what a driver would observe if they're coming the direction that Samuel Bach was coming.
Correct.
Then I'm showing you what's defendant's exhibit 5. It's already been admitted. But do you see that same utility pole?
Yes,
Okay. And what does this depict?
that's a a photograph taken or downloaded from the crossover facing the restaurant.
Okay, and from the video, do you recall where the car was the black car driven by Carlos Dominguez was traveling from?
From that parking lot on the right side of that utility pole.
Okay, and then where did it end up?
It comes to the edge of the roadway and then comes into the roadway going towards the crossover.
Into this direction?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm showing you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 6. What does it depict?
That shows a view looking backward from the direction Mr. Bach was coming from. On the right lane, of course, as we view it, and also shows the restaurant.
Okay. And in regards to any barriers from the parking lot to the highway, are there any barriers between the parking lot and the highway?
No,
And what do you consider a shoulder?
shoulder is an area before getting to travel lanes that usually you can park or stand there for emergency reasons.
And in regards to this particular area, is there a shoulder?
Yes, they have shoulder on both sides.
Okay,
The shoulder,
go ahead, I apologize.
the shoulder on the restaurant side is a wider shoulder. Generally, they're about 10 feet, but in that area, it's a little bit over 10 feet.
And in regards to, this is defendant's exhibit 7, it's already been admitted, but what does this depict?
That's again a view of the restaurant from the roadway.
Now, I'm gonna do my notes, sorry. Now, when you were reviewing the case, did you review the video footage in the case that showed the accident? And that has been admitted as exhibit 1. Did you go and take snapshots of particular frames in that video?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as defendant exhibit 17 through 22. Do you recognize these as being, what do you recognize them as?
As the frames from the video.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'm tendering 17 through 22 to the state and asking that they be admitted.
Yes. Just
ready to proceed and have the jurors.
The projectors.
All right, thank you. I'm ready to proceed. Yeah.
All right, let's bring the jurors in.
All right, for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, Judge, you may proceed.
Thank you. At this time, Your Honor, I'm asking that defendants exhibits 17 through 22 be admitted.
And no objections from the state, Your Honor.
All right, offenses 17 through 22 is admitted without objection.
Okay, and so I'm showing you what's been marked as defendants exhibit 17. Can you tell me what this is depicting?
That shows the vehicle is traveling from that parking lot towards the roadway. And the camera is a surveillance camera that's taking that video and shows that it's traveling on the right side of the utility pole.
And in regards to the timestamp, or like, if we were to look at the video that's in evidence, what timestamp would it have?
Let me check it out. Is that number 17?
That's number 17.
That's my 0.
Okay. And then in regard, and so at this stage, what do you see right here?
I see a 18-wheeler passing by
Okay,
in the first lane of travel.
and right here, what is this?
That's the utility pole.
And is the black car on the restaurant side of the utility pole or on the highway side of the utility pole?
On the restaurant side. I mean, with respect to utility pole is on the highway side.
Okay, and at this angle, are there any visibility obstructions that stand out to you
For the driver,
for a driver in that position?
yes, clearly the vehicle is oriented away from the highway. So it means traffic is coming from the angle behind. The 18-wheeler is also blocking the inside lane of travel. It means the lane the other side of the 18-wheeler. And also,
I'm sorry, the lane to the other side of the 18-wheeler is what?
which is the inside lane or left
Okay.
lane. And also at that angle, the B pillar of the vehicle where the seatbelt is also is an obstruction for viewing traffic from that side.
Okay. Anything else that would obstruct or make it not, the way the vehicle is located, make it obstruct visibility?
No.
In regards to defendants exhibit 18, what timestamp is this?
At 1.29 seconds.
Okay, and in regards to what do you see here at 1.29 seconds?
That 18-wheeler has passed by. And the vehicle still has that angle, which is about 50 degrees with respect to the roadway. And now is approaching the shoulder area of the 181 South.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defendants exhibit 19. And what timestamp is that?
That's 2.59, about 3 seconds.
Okay, and what is significant about this picture?
The car has turned a little bit counterclockwise and is entering the shoulder area of the 181 South.
And so that's at approximately 2.59 seconds.
That's correct.
All right. And then defendants exhibit 20. What times does this depict?
That's at 3:10, 3 seconds, 3.1 seconds.
Okay,
And that's very close to entering or has entered the shoulder area of 181 South. And it has reoriented again to the left.
and is it, at this particular stage, has it entered the traffic lane? The
No.
black car,
Not yet.
okay. And on defendant's exhibit 21, what timestamp is this on the video?
That's 4.03.
And what is it depicting?
That's entering the right lane of the 181 South.
And then defendant's exhibit 22, what timestamp is this?
That's at 5.47,
And what is it depicting?
right at impact.
Okay, now, in regards to the data that you say you looked at the crash data retrieval,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit P, the crash data report for Mr. Bach. And did you review that data?
Yes.
Okay, and in regards to his data, did he have one or more events recorded?
Just one event.
Okay, and so in this report, it has the breakdown of the times, correct?
Yes.
And where does impact happen on this report?
The way we evaluate this one is to find out how quickly the speed changes. An airbag control module job is to deploy airbags and the other safety features such as pretensioner to save lives. So it's not really writing the data for us accident reconstruction is to evaluate the case. It's just for the safety of the car. The sensor triggers at 0 seconds, which is showed 0 here, but that not necessarily impact happens there. In this case, impact happened at 90 miles per hour, which is -1 second.
Okay, and you know that because of the decrease in speed?
Yes, what we do is I add columns to this one by doing my analysis and look at how much reduction of the speed is there and how much braking capability of the vehicle is. Usually vehicles maximum capability in braking is about 0.8, 0.9, maybe 1 G. At from 90 to 21 is 6 Gs, by far exceeds the capability of the car, therefore that's the impact.
Okay, and so let's go through this, this is the first time maybe the jury has seen it, but it's over in the first column, this is the times in seconds,
Yes,
and actually it breaks it down to half seconds, correct?
yes, sometimes they do that, sometimes they don't.
Okay, and then the second column is what?
It's a what percentage of a gas pedal is pressed.
And the third column, what does this indicate?
If the brake pedal has been touched,
Okay, and what time did the brake pedal get touched in regards to Samuel Bach?
-2 seconds.
Okay, and in regards to the brake pedal being pushed, does this indicate if it's a full push, a half push, or a quarter push?
It doesn't. My calculation from the G force I talked about, the braking deceleration tells me how much is pushed.
Okay, and so in this instance, was this a tap or a full push or anywhere in between?
The first one is a tap because the brake switch gets activated. It only drops the speed by 4 miles. The second one is pressed more and very hard braking, which is the speed goes to 90 and continue, and then it's impact.
And then this column right here, the engine RPM, what is that?
That's when you push the gas pedal, engine RPM goes up. And as you can see, some are related to the percentage of full acceleration in the second column. So that's engine RPM is reducing. So practically the gas pedal is released.
At what time?
But when the foot is moved to the brake at -2 is released.
Okay. And then over here, the final column,
Is
Is-
the vehicle speed.
okay. And then there's something underneath here that's titled pre-crash data, -2 to -0.5 seconds.
Yes, it just talked about the cruise control, if it was activated or not, how much engine torque was there, which has nothing to do for our case.
Okay. Now I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit D that's already been admitted into evidence. And this for Carlos Dominguez's car.
Yes.
And do you recognize this?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that this is event 2
Yes,
and that there is a prior event in the document
correct,
for another accident with this vehicle?
correct.
And in regards to this one, we've talked about what the columns mean. But when did he, if at all, push the brakes?
He pushed the brakes about half a second before impact.
Okay. And how do you, what, was that a full or partial tap or,
Was very gradual braking.
and how do you know that?
From the speed that reduced only 2 miles
Okay, so from 14 to 2,
to 12.
I'm sorry, to 12. I can't read apparently today. So when it decreases 2 miles per hour, what would a hard brake look like? How many miles per hour would we have come down to?
On this one, probably have to use my calculator. They have reduced to 7 miles per hour.
If he had hard stopped?
Yeah.
Okay, and if someone hard stops, how, what is the impact on the distance at this speed?
From 14 miles per hour, a hard braking would have brought the car to stop in 7.6 feet.
Okay. And did you take these numbers and put them in a chart?
Yes, I analyze it.
Okay, and in order to analyze it, I'm showing you what's Defendant Exhibit 23. What is that a chart? And if so, what is it a chart of?
This is a chart that I evaluated both vehicles, download data and put them together and match them. It means they came to a contact, so made that contact happen, then went backward. So I have where the accident happened, how fast they were going when the accident happened, 1 second before how fast they were going, and how far they were from the impact, and went all the way back to minus 5.5 seconds.
Okay, and so let me point out one more thing. When you're looking at Carlos Dominguez's, you tell right here where impact happens.
The bottom one line, which is 12 miles per hour.
Okay, and so when you did your analysis, did you have to offset or somehow reconcile the different reports to have the collision happen at the same time?
Yes.
Okay, and is that done in defendant's exhibit 23.
Yes.
Also, let's talk about the average perception time for someone to stop or to give a response, I guess.
Can
upon
I describe
perceiving-
what perception is first?
Yes,
In crash reconstruction, there is what we call perception and reaction time. Is when a person perceives a hazard, acknowledge what that hazard is, make a decision what to do, then react to it by braking, steering, accelerating, whatever. That time, what is the state of Texas is accepted is 1.5 seconds for the simple perception reaction time. After that is all mechanical, braking, how long it takes to brake, steering, how long it takes to steer, and so forth. But for a simple perception, a car coming in front of you, what is the state has accepted is 1.5 seconds. But sometimes more complex. For example, a car coming in front of you, a bicycle is on your left, there's a bus stop with people there. That becomes complex. It's gonna take more than 1.5 seconds to perceive, understand what's going on, make a decision on how to react to it.
now, when you're looking at back at Box, can you tell, and this is State's Exhibit C, can you tell where his reaction time was? Or did you note that on your report?
Yes.
Okay, what time did he react?
His reaction is, the first reaction is taking his foot off the gas pedal and putting on the brake. So at -2, he's already on the brake because the brake switch already shows it was touched. So it was a fraction of a second before that he reacted to it. I don't know how much is his perception reaction time because it varies between people and the way they make decisions. If I accept that 1.5 seconds is true for him, then if we go back 1.5 seconds, it goes back to 3.5, -3.5, being first time he perceived a problem,
Would have been at what second?
-3.5.
Okay, and you've already stated that impact in regards to Bach happened at -1.0 seconds,
Correct.
and that impact for, I guess, happened at -0.05.
Correct.
0.5. Okay. Now, is defendant's exhibit 23 just pointing out the times at which you were just referring?
Yes, I matched them practically. I put them together because one says -0.5, the other one says 1. I matched them because we know at that one point in time, at that location on the ground, this crash happened. So I put them together on that shot.
Okay, and so this is just a comparison side by side
Yes.
of what you just testified to. I'm tendering defendant's exhibit 3 to the state and asking that it be admitted.
May I take him on board briefly, John?
Yes.
I'm sorry if I mess your name, but it's.
Aptekar.
Aptekar?
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Aptekar. I'm looking on this defense exhibit number 23, and I think this is what you testified to, but I just want to clarify. Why is there an extra line for the Mr. Bach, the defendant in this case, and not for Mr. Dominguez? Because you have.
Because accident happened on the line above,
Mhm.
so I don't need to go beyond that.
Okay, but you just left off one for the victim, is that correct?
Yeah, because Mr. Buck had one additional data,
Okay,
which was after impact.
so that's why there's a space here that leaves that blank.
Correct.
Okay, all right, no objection, Your Honor.
All right, and that's number 23?
23, yes, Your Honor,
All
defense.
right, defense exhibit number 23 is admitted without objection.
Okay, so. All right, and so, when we talked about a while ago, we had the columns for Bach are represented, in the yellowish color, correct?
Correct.
And, Dominguez is represented in the blue columns. And then, do you see how there's, a negative 5.5 blanks for Bach, and then you do have data for Dominguez? Why is that?
As I said, the two had different times and speeds, but we know at one point that the impact occurred is when Mr. Dominguez was going 12, Mr. Bach was going at 90 miles per hour. Mr. Bach had an additional data at the bottom. Mr. Dominguez had an additional data on top.
Okay, so
So
you're
that-
you're just putting them side by side in time.
Yes.
Okay, even though if you were to look at Dominguez's right here, his indicated the crash happened at that half a second, negative half a second.
Correct.
Okay.
So I shifted it up to match each other.
Okay, all right, and so then we were back on defendant exhibit 23, and you were talking about that being where the impact is. That's what you noted here.
Yes.
And then you testified that you identified Bach's reaction at this point based off of him taking it off of the accelerator and pressing on the brake.
Correct.
Okay, and what time would that have been?
At minus a little bit more than -2, maybe -2.1.
Okay, and then in regards to, let's talk again about that average perception time. Is this a number, is this an estimate or is this an exact?
The -2.1 is exact because it's a download. The 1.5 second, it changes from one person to another, depending on their mental attitude of the day. If they have any kind of issues that day, concern or whatever, maybe alcohol. So that number can change, but the average number to use daylight for simple braking case is 1.5. And I use that 1.5 to come up with a number of -3.5, where the average perception started.
Okay, and by that you mean that Bach would have initially perceived, it's estimated that he would have initially perceived that there was a danger or something about to enter the roadway.
Correct.
Okay. But again, that's an estimate, correct?
Correct.
But the Bach's reaction time is not an estimate.
Correct.
Now, did you go further in looking, oh, let me ask you, in regards to the reaction time, did you compare that up against the video?
Not only that, I have the distances here that I calculated. That distances on those columns, if we did not talk about, they help a lot. Since I have the time and I have the speed, simple equation, time times speed in feet per second gives you distance. So at impact, I have both cars at the location of impact. So every half a second, I could tell where the cars were based on their speed from the download.
Okay, so when you're comparing the download to the video, you were able to stop it and look and see exactly where the vehicles were in relation to each other?
No. I have a download. I don't need to stop from the video, get the location. I can view it, but I have exact distances they traveled from 5.5 seconds before to impact. For example, at 3.5 seconds before impact, Mr. Dominguez is 48.7 feet from impact. Mr. Bach is 373 feet from impact. That's actual data. I didn't fabricate it. It's just velocity times time gives you distance.
Okay, and so in regards to that, did you take the raw data that you have there and did you calculate additional scenarios of time of when. Let me back up. The Detective Shannon, when he testified, he based all of his analysis on negative 5 seconds. And to determine whether or not the cars would have missed at 65 or 70 miles per hour.
I don't know why, but okay.
Okay, but is that a good thing? I mean, in your experience, can you explain whether you should do that, or if not, what you should do?
Accident happens at a given time in a given location. And in this case, we just call the number -1 and the location and the second lane of the travel of 181 coming out of the dining room. If I change anything before that, in the morning, if Mr. Buck had hesitated 1 second before leaving home, this accident wouldn't have happened. Hour before, if he has hesitated 1 second, this accident wouldn't have happened. You cannot go back that far to evaluate an accident. You evaluate the accident based on what cue he observed to slam on the brake. That's where you do avoidability analysis. It means when Mr. Dominguez's car came into the lane of travel, he slams on his brake. So that's where you have to start to do your avoidability analysis. Otherwise, 1 second, a day before would have changed everybody's lives.
And so in regards to what we were talking about earlier, these exhibits, I'm showing you defendant's exhibit 21. Do you recall what time
Yes.
this was? What time was it?
That's 4.03. And since I brought it up, that's my analysis of distance. This is the moment the car is entering the lane of travel. How do I do that? Because I know the distance travel, I know the time. Then I went into the video from the crash. I went backward and brought it to that time to show that clip. So that clip is actually from my calculation that shows Mr. Dominguez entering the first lane of travel. And that's 1.4 seconds before impact.
1.14 seconds?
1.44 seconds before impact.
Oh, I'm sorry, negative 1.44.
Yes.
Okay, and so then coming back to here, then that would put us right here.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the point at which the avoidability study or analysis should begin.
You have one more chart that shows, that's on the right side, shows the entering what Mr. Dominguez was doing. If you show that, that one makes it easier.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's one more chart.
This one?
No, the chart that I made.
Yeah. Hold on.
I can talk about it on this one if it's okay.
Just a second. Okay, I have it. Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 25. I'm sorry, 24 and 25. Is that what you're?
Yes, this is these two.
So, before we get into that, just in summary, is doing an avoidability analysis based off of 5 seconds back, is that reliable data?
No, you can go a day back if you want to. You have to do avoidability based on where the hazard started, the perception.
Okay, and then based off of that, would at the 104 miles an hour per hour analysis, would they have hit?
Yes.
Okay, now did I ask you to also go through the analysis using a speed of 75 miles per hour and 65 miles an hour?
Right.
And why would we want to know, well, if the state has made an assumption that the speed of 104 miles an hour caused the accident. How do we evaluate that to confirm whether that is true or not true?
We evaluated, checking if a lower speed, such as the speed of the highway, would have caused the accident.
Okay, and so is defendant's exhibit 24 your calculations and in a
Yes,
chart?
yes,
Okay, and in regards to your calculations, did you also put the impact, reaction, and perception on there?
yes,
And then did you also make observations as to the times or distances that Dominguez's car entered the shoulder?
yes.
Okay, and what distance was it that you came to that he had traveled before he entered, or I guess distance to impact was he at when he entered the shoulder?
Yes, actually, we have it here. I can discuss it on this one. Mr. Dominguez was between -3.5 and -4 seconds, which is about 51 feet from the impact when he entered the shoulder. But he's going in a curved path, so it's not a straight path. And then he enters the first lane of travel between 19.8 and 30, which is between -2 and -2.5. And then impact happens at -1 second, which is speed. The distance is called 0.
So if Mr. Rock had been traveling at 75 miles per hour, based on your analysis, would they still have would an accident still have occurred?
Yes.
Okay.
The only difference, I'm sorry, is a crash happens here with the car. I'm showing it with my hand. No crash would have happened here.
And when you did the analysis at 65 miles an hour, assuming that he was going 65 miles an hour, would the accident still have happened?
Yes, but it would have been to the tail end, somewhere here.
And if, in your experience, if something is hit on the tail end, what generally happens?
The car goes into a rotation, and the impact speed would have been 32 miles per hour. And at 75 mile scenario, the impact speed would have been 51. And the actual impact speed in the crash is 90 miles.
So, all right, but based off of your analysis, your numbers, this is how you came to that. You did all the math and conclusions here
Yes,
on defendants exhibit 24 and 25.
yes.
Okay, I am tendering to the state and asking for it to be admitted.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, and that's 24 and 25?
24 and 25, Judge.
Yes. All right, 24, defense 24 and 25 are admitted without objection.
Okay, and so, when we compare defendant's exhibit 23 to defendant's exhibit 24, you can see the columns, they're gonna be the time, the speed, the brake, and the distance is moved over for distance to impact, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now, and then you also have Dominguez's speed, brake, and distance to impact. So can you explain to me like what the red versus the black numbers are?
Yes, black numbers are actual numbers calculated. For example, minus 0.91 is the braking rate of the box vehicle at the time right before the crash. So I assumed he continues at that rate for half a second more to evaluate what the outcome is going to be. So red one is making that assumption, he continues braking the same rate.
And then in regards to the 43,
That's calculated new value. That, because now we are using 75 miles per hour speed, therefore, every second, the vehicle travels less distance. So I'm calculating the new distances,
okay, so these are the new calculations on distance.
correct?
And then you added the on for the brake
Yes,
for Dominguez.
Mr. Dominguez started braking about a second before impact. I assume he continued for half a second more braking because they are not impacted yet in this scenario.
Okay, and then so if I'm looking right here, it says enters
Shoulder.
and that's at what time?
It's between -3 and a little bit more than -3.5. Because the distance they travels from shoulder to impact is about 51 feet. So it's a little bit more than that. So it's, I say about 3.6 or -3.7.
Okay, and is that significant based off of Samuel Bach's perception?
Yes, that shows where the car was if he reacted to Mr. Dominguez.
So was his perception really close in time to him indicating he's gonna get on the road?
Assuming that he perceived him at that location while he slammed on the brake, yes.
Okay, so based on this data, is there any delay in perception or response from Mr. Bach?
No,
Now, in regards to entering first lane, what time did you determine that Dominguez entered the first lane?
1.44 second before impact.
Okay, right here?
It's -2.1 approximately.
I apologize.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so,
different, yeah,
so right about the reaction time is
yes,
the same time that he's entering the first lane?
yes. That's the right lane,
Okay, and the reaction is based off of the braking, not the perception?
correct.
Okay. All right, and then you say this is the original impact
Yes,
right here. Now, what does that mean if it's the original impact versus the modified one for the 75 miles per hour? Is it the same now?
no, because now Mr. Bach is going slower. Mr. Dominguez has more time to move forward, so moves about 7 feet more forward. And that's the number under there. You see -7.7.
Okay, but and then you said on the 75 miles per hour, under this scenario, they would, if Mr. Bach had been going at 75 miles per hour, when Mr. Dominguez enters the roadway, would this accident have happened?
Yes.
And where would it have hit?
The original impact is here with respect to the Dominguez vehicle. Actually, the impact is a little bit slanted and the vehicle rotates, but now the impact is here.
Now, in regards to Dominguez's braking, is there anything based on the data that Dominguez could have done to avoid the accident?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
I want to describe my blink first. That was 1/3 of a second. 2 blinks is almost 1 second. If he had hesitated 2 blinks, this accident would not have happened.
And why is that?
Because Mr. Bach's vehicle is moving at 145 to 150 feet per second. 2 blinks, he would have been 150 feet past.
And sorry, what was the last part? The 2 blinks?
He was past the area by 150 feet.
Okay,
So if Mr. Dominguez had hesitated a little bit over half a second before entering the roadway, Mr. Bach would have passed by.
now let me ask you, is that based off of the assumption that Mr. Bach was going 100 miles an hour?
Yes,
Okay, and then that would also apply if he was going 75 miles per hour or 65 miles
yes.
an hour? Okay, now, same thing, we come to the 65 mile per hour, this is defendant's exhibit 25. You have all of the same indications, perception, reaction, impact, correct?
Correct.
And then you had the enters his shoulder, enters the first lane, and original impact.
Correct.
All right, now, in regards to the 65 mile an hour, would this accident have still happened if we assume that Mr. Bach was going 65 miles per hour?
Yes, the only thing is it would have been to the tail end of the Mr. Dominguez vehicle.
Okay, and then you mentioned earlier that that would cause it to spin.
Yes.
Would that be a hard spin, a light spin?
Well, is impacting it at 32 miles per hour is so kind of medium spin. So I don't know how much forces. I didn't calculate that.
And in regards to that, whether or not, right now, you're just talking about collision or the crash itself, correct? Did you do any analysis or simulation to determine if the impact would create or cause death at those particular speeds?
I don't testify on those things. It's more medically related.
Okay, is there also any complications with determining what the result would have been at 65 and 75 miles per hour?
Yes, 75 miles per hour, it would have been a high, what we call delta V change in the speed. 65 would have been reduced compared with that, but still is semi-severe.
And
I
so-
cannot talk about injuries, so
Okay, and so can you say whether or not it would have caused death?
Your Honor, this objection, even the experts saying he can't testify to that.
Sustained.
I cannot. But one thing we mentioned.
Your Honor, just
You have to wait for a question.
Sorry. Okay, is there any other observation that you would like to make about the data?
Yes, Mr. Dominguez needed only 5 feet to come to stop before entering the shoulder or the roadway.
And if he had done that,
The accident wouldn't have happened.
now. So the state has, I guess, insinuated or claimed that because their analysis at 5 seconds at 104 miles an hour would have resulted in a crash. But that if they did that same analysis at 5 seconds for 65 miles and 70 miles, it may not have. Is that accurate?
Well, the way they've done it is saying that if he was going 65 instead of 104, he would not have been there. Which makes sense. He would not have been in the area. But that's not the proper avoidability analysis. Avoidability analysis, you avoid a crash based on the cue you get for the accident. The cue is the vehicle entering the roadway.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Yep, just a moment to move back in.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
No problem.
I may say for you.
Yes, you
I
can.
didn't mean to. Or I'll give it back to you. Just let me put my stuff down.
I think this is used.
Let me get all of them.
Thank you.
Huh?
All right. Dr. Eftekar, is it? I'm trying to get.
Perfect.
I'm terrible at pronunciation, so Just correct me if I say it incorrectly, I apologize. Well, sir, this is the first time we've ever talked.
Correct.
I mean, I saw you out in the hallway, but I haven't spoken to you about this case at all, and Megan Galloway hasn't spoken to you at all.
That's right.
In fact, nobody from the state has spoken to you.
That's correct.
Okay, and to be fair, went over your experience and your training. You have an extensive history of testifying for in federal court and also state courts. Is that accurate to say?
Yes.
So really, it's not a question that you made a good career off of accident reconstruction.
Correct.
And not just accident reconstruction for cars, but amusement parks,
Yes.
certain other boating accidents.
Yes.
Okay, so quite extensive. But, you know, I sort of listened to some of your testimony and it almost reminded me sort of like if a butterfly flapped its wings.
Objection, Your Honor. This is not, I mean, he's not asking a question regarding this case. He's talking about butterflies relevance.
All right, so I'll hear the question, then I'll hear your objection.
Like if the butterfly flapped its wings in Japan by the ocean, and then all of a sudden there's a tsunami in Hawaii, the cause and effect there. So like if it did do it there, then there would be a tsunami. Is that right?
I don't know.
No. What I'm saying is that you're saying that if Mr. Bach, the defendant in this case, had not have left his house that day, then there wouldn't have been a bad accident at all, right? And that's sort of the premise that you're basing your thoughts about the state's case.
No, I'm saying that's what the state is saying. That if he was going 5 seconds later before at 65, this accident wouldn't have happened. But we know he was going 104 miles per hour.
Right. We know he was going 104, right?
Yes.
What's the speed limit on Highway 181?
65.
So he was going 39 miles an hour over the speed limit.
Correct.
Is that illegal in the state of Texas?
No.
It's not illegal?
It is illegal. It's not legal.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. It is not legal.
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not the best of hearing. So he was definitely speeding down Highway 181, is that right?
Yes.
And you, for this case, you I think you stated earlier, you reviewed the videos, body cams, is that right?
Yes.
You reviewed the video in this case of the accident itself.
Yes.
You reviewed some of the body cams, is that right?
One body cam interview,
Okay, and is that an interview of who?
Mr. Bach.
So you heard his statement that he was giving, and then you also heard his conversations that he had on the phone with somebody that was related to him or a friend of his or something.
I believe so, yes.
And so you heard his rendition of what he remembers seeing, right?
Yes.
And that he said that the black SUV, Mr. Dominguez, was on the side of the road on the shoulder and wasn't moving.
Correct.
So in this video, at least up to 5 seconds before, that car's moving the whole time in that video, right?
Yes.
So that rendition of what Mr. Bach said to his friend and during that body cam is incorrect.
That's right.
So his perception's incorrect.
Agree.
And so going 104, do you think that could play a factor in that perception?
May. I don't know.
It could, right?
Yeah.
Because the faster you're going, the less you're able to perceive everything around you, right?
I agree.
So your perception is, in a sense, clouded a little bit at the faster you go.
I cannot answer that. It's a psychologist's job to answer that. That you go faster, everything clearly is going to be different, but I don't know how it's different for a person.
Well, I guess I guess it's different for each person, right?
Yes.
But I mean, you would be, tell this jury, going 104 instead of going 65 down the highway, the perception is going to be drastically different.
Yeah, perception is reduced actually.
So then you also listen, did you look at any of the statements by the other witnesses, eyewitnesses?
I read the statements, yes.
Very short statements, right?
Yes.
How they were passed and guy was hauling ass down the road, right?
Objection, Your Honor. That is facts, not an evidence.
That'll be sustained.
Whatever the perception they had of what that person was driving, right? And you read the statements of one was driving the speed limit, which is 65, and another one was driving 70, right?
Correct.
And they said right before that overpass, which is that bridge that crossed 181, that's when, right before that, that's when they saw the defendant driving 100. Well, they didn't know 104, but making them feel like they were standing still type thing. Is that
An
accurate to
objection
say?
Again, Your Honor.
I'm asking his opinion, Your Honor.
Your Honor, he's stating facts, not in evidence.
I asked his opinion, Your Honor.
With regards to facts not in evidence, that'll be overruled.
You can answer the question, sir.
That he was going fast.
Yes, and so you also looked at the CDR, or I guess the airbag module retrieval information, is that right?
Yes,
And without a doubt, that's accurate, is that correct?
yes,
I mean, as an expert in this field, you're stating that his speed, the victim's speed, Mr. Dominguez, that speed is all accurate.
yes, that's direct readout from the sensor.
So it can't be changed or modified, right?
Correct.
And so we'll go into this and knowing now that 104 miles an hour is that speed that the defendant was traveling 5 seconds before, no matter what. And in fact, up to 2 seconds before, he was traveling 104. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And then, well, did you speak to the defendant about this case?
no,
So you never got his perception, he never spoke with you about this case at all? Did you go over any medical histories of the defendant?
no.
What about Carlos Dominguez? Did you go any medical history of his?
I received the autopsy.
You received the autopsy, so you're aware of the damage that was impacted there, but you also testified earlier, like you said, and I appreciate this, you can't testify to the catastrophic injuries or anything like that. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you can't testify to the fact that a vehicle hitting another vehicle going at, I think you said the impact speed was at least 90 miles per hour, right?
Yes,
And so that vehicle hitting another vehicle, T-boning it, it has that crush factor, right?
yes.
And that crush factor on this one, since we don't have the analysis, and I don't believe you probably did it, did you do a crush analysis?
No, I didn't need to because I have the downloads.
But it was significant in this case. Is that accurate to say?
Yes,
And so hitting Mr. Dominguez going 90, that's also over the speed limit. Is that correct?
yes.
And did you go to the scene of this accident?
No.
This collision?
No, I've been there before, but not for this particular case. I just went into the Google Earth and walked the area.
Well, you didn't go out there for this case in particular, but that would have been a different case that you might have been there for, right?
Correct.
So in this area of Highway 181, would you agree, your expert opinion, there's a lot of accidents out in this location?
Yes,
And that's because of I guess the design of the highway, is that right?
because of the crossovers in
The
my,
crossovers, those are particularly dangerous, right?
yes,
And so that would tell people to be careful, right?
they have to be careful always.
Right, I mean, because your perception out there is if you live around this area, you know there's quite a few accidents out there, right?
Yes,
If you travel this at any time, you've probably seen an accident out on Highway 181. Is that accurate to say?
I haven't seen any, but you see one probably.
But do you travel 181 quite often?
No,
I mean, do you even live during 181?
No.
So it'd be fair to say that you don't travel it as much as, say, somebody that lives in that area.
yes,
And somebody that lives in that area would perceive or see more accidents because they are in that area more often. Is that right?
I can't really answer that, but if there are more accidents, the person lives there, probably yes.
It's just more common sense. Okay. Well, so going on, did you speak to any of Mr. Dominguez's friends that he played golf with that day?
No.
And so really the only thing you really looked at is the CDR information, which really you got your lion's share, the most information you got from the CDR, the airbag, right?
Yes,
And you got a little bit of it from the video, right?
quite a bit, and also from the vehicle damages
The damages
and the roadway markings.
and the roadway. But you didn't go out there and remap it or anything like that.
No, it's the roadway had been resurfaced. Actually, it was during the period of resurfacing at the time of accident. So the dimension hasn't changed, but the markings would not have been there.
Right, because they disappear over time.
Yes,
Right. And so in this particular case, you use the video and that helped in your analysis, is that right?
Yes.
And so when you're saying that Mr. Dominguez enters that roadway at 2 seconds, I mean, you're saying that that's when he could have stopped there, or should he have stopped in the parking lot?
He should have stopped before getting to the shoulder. He even could have stopped on the shoulder,
Mhm.
but before entering the travel lanes.
Well, and then you also stated about like, I believe you testified to this, and tell me if I'm wrong, that the angle of the first defense exhibit, yeah, here we go. Defense exhibit number 17. You said that the visibility factor for Mr. Dominguez, he couldn't see down the highway there? Is that what you're saying about this photo?
This one, the vehicle orientation, that's what I said, yes.
Okay,
The vehicle orientation of such that you have to turn all the way where the B pillar is to see down the highway, and that 18-wheeler is also blocking his view of the other lane.
so you're saying just from this still video that he would not be able to see down Highway 181 from that photo? Is that what you're saying? Definitively, definitely he cannot see down Highway 181.
You can see if he moves his seat back and looks from the back window.
What if he moved forward like this?
Still cannot see because the 18-wheeler is blocking it.
After after the 18-wheeler goes past, could he then look down the road?
Oh, absolutely. After 18-wheeler passed by, he can do it, but he didn't stop over there for the 18-wheeler to pass. He just continued going into the roadway. You can see from the video.
Okay. Let me just show you what's been marked state exhibit. Sorry, I killing it. 21, state exhibit number 21. This has been entered in evidence, okay? And you're saying that that's that telephone pole right there. Is that accurate to say?
Yes.
And so he is over in this area, roughly, is that correct?
A little bit more forward, yes.
Like right about here?
Correct.
Okay, so he's way over here.
Yes.
And the angle of that car, you're saying he can't see down this way. He can't see down the highway.
Well, at the moment the truck is passing by, there's no way for see this lane. But
Right.
the truck is blocking his view.
Well,
But after the truck passes, he could have seen.
well, the truck, wouldn't you tell me if I'm saying this inaccurately or depicting it? Wouldn't that 18-wheeler be right here
Yes.
in front? So if he's looking behind that 18-wheeler, you're saying he can't see back here?
He can see back there, but
Right.
the car is here somewhere.
Oh, because he's going 104 at that moment, right?
However he wanted to name it, but the car is not there at that moment.
Okay, but 104, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And now, what color is that silver Cadillac? I mean, I'm sorry, I told you the answer, right? That's one of those lawyer questions, right?
What color?
It's silver, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And so I'll come back to that. So when we're talking about Highway 181, you sort of spoke about it just previously. Can you describe it to the jury since, I mean, you said you've been out there before. Can you describe to the jury what type of highway it is and it has crossovers? Can you just describe it?
Yeah, it's a highway that has ranches on both sides, restaurant like here, and crossover.
And so, I mean, and to be a little bit, I guess, more, descriptive, it has 2 lanes going each way, right?
Yes.
And in some spots, it has some turn lanes parallel with those main lanes of travel, right?
Yeah, the turn lanes are primarily at the crossovers.
Crossover. And so, exactly right. So like even on that photo right there, it has a turn lane with that crossover parallel to it. Is that right?
Yes.
And then these crossovers that we mentioned that are, pretty, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, that they're dangerous. These are dangerous areas to cross. Is that right?
Yeah, there's always intersections are dangerous.
Right. And so, and then also there's areas of here that have stoplights, right?
Yes.
There's a few stoplights on 181. So there's, and then how would you describe say it very layman terms, just the hills and the rises and it's not just a straight shot, is it? There's some hills involved, like just gentle hills, not real high grade. Would that be accurate to say?
There are some hills there, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna show you what's marked as 20, state exhibit 20. And can you just, I mean, one, are you familiar with this picture? I believe this is from area of impact or right looking south towards that bridge. You see that bridge down there?
Yes.
And how would you describe that? Would you describe that as a gradual,
It's a
slope down?
minor slope.
A slope downward, right? Yeah. So. So, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and zoom in. So if you look back there, it has like a little dip right here. Do you see where that right here?
Yes.
And then it has another little, what I like to call a hill, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit uphill over there.
Right. So it's like a two little hills, right?
Okay.
And so, and what's the color of that bridge?
Is you want me to say silver? No, it's gray.
Silver? like the silver Cadillac, right?
Yeah, silver gray.
Right. So a vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed there could possibly blend into the background. Is that correct?
I wouldn't know.
Sorry?
I wouldn't know.
Well, I'm just asking your expert opinion on it, sir.
There's no expert opinion from me on the coloring and
Okay.
blending.
So you can't answer the question.
Good blend, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. And would it be fair also with and this Highway 181, it's not like, I guess a good highway to compare to like I-10. You're familiar with I-10, right?
Yes.
And I-10 is what I guess I would define as a freeway, right? It has on-ramps and off-ramps.
Correct.
And there's no direct access, say, from businesses along that road. Is that accurate to say?
Yes.
It's all on-ramp, off-ramp, right?
Yes.
And you know the speed limit generally on I-10?
60 to 75.
So 60 to 75, and 181 is 65 miles per hour. And the difference between the two is one, you would say 181, there's a lot of businesses and just maybe some farm or rural properties have direct access to the highway. Is that right?
Yes.
And that would play a factor in how fast you should be driving, right? Well, I guess it could, right?
Yeah.
Right, because it'd be more dangerous, right? Because people leaving restaurants, coming out of the crossover, leaving their property, they're gonna be getting on the highway and they're gonna be slowing down. Is that right?
Yes.
And so you gotta take those factors in when you're driving out there. Is that accurate to say?
Probably so. Yeah.
To drive safely, right?
Yes.
And to drive safely, you gotta be able, one, to be aware of your surroundings. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm sort of touching on something that you've testified to before, driver expectation, right?
Yes.
In rural areas, like you testified once before, like you gotta watch out for cows or deer, right?
Correct.
And so it'd be safe to say, not every highway is the exact same, right?
I agree.
And some are more dangerous than others. Is that accurate to say?
I agree.
And for instance, some highway that you could go 70 miles an hour on is much safer because there's just on ramps and off ramps. So all the traffic is coming in at a certain speed and leaving at a certain speed. Is that accurate to say also?
Yes.
But Highway 181, there's a lot of varying speeds. Would that be fair to say?
Varying speeds with respect to the speed limit or with respect to traffic?
Traffic, just, I mean, other vehicles on the road.
Yeah, it could.
I mean, you got a crossover,
Yes.
like we just talked about, where this whole collision happened at a crossover, right?
Yes.
And then you also had a turn lane there, so people will be slowing down in the fast lane to get in the turn lane, right?
Yes.
And then there might be that old farmer coming off his property in his old pickup truck, getting on the shoulder and coming up and driving slower. Is that varying speeds of all the time you're on 181? Would that be accurate to say?
Yes.
Okay, so it's more dangerous than like I-10.
I think has its own issues too, but yeah, if you want to say because it's a crossover is more dangerous than a non-crossover highway, I say yes.
So driver expectation on Highway 181, you have to have better perception and have more wits about you and not be driving 104 miles an hour because it's more dangerous.
Yeah, driving fast is dangerous.
And so are you trying to tell this jury that 104 miles an hour did not play a factor in this collision?
It did not.
It did at all. I'm asking
It's
it at all.
possible, it is possible that had a slight effect on the severity of the impact. But had Mr. Dominguez stopped 1 second, yielded right away 1 second, this accident would not happen. Then that 104 miles per hour would not come in the picture.
It won't come in the picture because he would have been passed by, right? He would have been down the road.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying Mr. Dominguez is at fault for this collision?
I'm saying, well, of course he's at fault.
So
Because
he's at fault.
he entered in front of Mr. Buck's vehicle.
So the defendant in this case, going 104 miles an hour doesn't play a factor.
It plays factor on the severity of impact, but it does not factor in the year right away and Mr. Dominguez coming in front of him.
So you testified earlier that 104 miles an hour is against the law,
Yes,
and that you're also saying that 104 miles an hour did not play a factor in the actual collision, just the severity of the collision.
correct.
Now, like you said, you're not an expert on the severity of damage to the body, is that right?
You mean the injury?
Well, yeah, the damage to the body, and
An injury, then I can say, no, I'm not.
and also, you spoke about the speed at 75 miles an hour that using your calculations, and then also that 65 miles an hour, your calculations.
Yes.
So how do you say that this collision doesn't have anything to do with 104 miles an hour? Why would you do those calculations at 75 and 65 then?
To see if the accident would have happened at 75 and 65.
If it would have happened, so 104 was part of the reason that this accident happened.
Yes, but
Okay, thank you. You answered my question. You said yes. Is that
no,
accurate?
yes to me, that I'm saying what I want to say, that there's one most important item in this. If that vehicle had not come in the travel lanes 1.4 seconds before impact, this accident would not have happened. 1.4 seconds before impact, Mr. Dominguez enters the travel lane of the Highway 181, a 65 miles per hour Highway 181. And that's the only reason this accident happened.
Right. So like earlier your testimony when on Verizon, Ms. Sawyer's, you were talking about how, oh, if Mr. Bach would have waited 1 second, then the accident would have never happened.
Correct.
Right? So now you're just flipping it and saying that the victim would have waited 1 second, the accident would have happened.
No, I was saying, Mr. Bach, if you had waken up 1 second
I agree.
later in the morning.
Right.
So
It's
what
the
I'm
same
saying
thing as
that,
saying,
no,
it's the same thing as saying if Mr. Dominguez would have stopped.
that was the duty of Mr. Dominguez to stop before entering the roadway. It was his duty to slow down traveling on the road. I understand both of them.
So you're agreeing with that his duty was to slow down and not
Yeah,
be driving
of course.
104 miles an hour.
Of course,
Okay,
he should
thank
have been driving
So-
104. But this accident would not have happened had Mr. Dominguez hesitated before entering the roadway.
And you do make a fee for being here today from defense, is that correct?
Yes.
How much is that fee, sir?
I'm getting paid both by the court and the defense.
How much is the total fee?
6,800 so far.
6,800, it's not 10,000?
It will be 10 to 12,000 after testimony.
Okay. Thank you.
That's my
Now,
fee.
65 miles an hour, you're saying it would have clipped the tail end of his vehicle,
Yes.
and you can't testify to clipping would be survivable, can you?
No. individuals are different. I can tell you how much deaths of is gonna be, but I cannot talk about injuries and surviving rate.
And just touching on your testimony of driver expectation. The fact is that this highway has those crossovers. This highway has a speed limit at 65 miles an hour. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And this defendant was driving 104 miles an hour.
yes.
Thank you. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Right, defense?
Yes.
What do you say?
Now, when you, oh, how do I change this? There we go. Tonya Defendant's Exhibit 17. And you would agree, you testified earlier, this is at that 0 mark, correct?
Yes.
All right. When you watch the whole video, is there any indication through braking or any other reduction of speed or anything that indicated that from the data that this car was pausing in any
No.
way?
No.
And did the black car have a continuous acceleration throughout its path from 5 seconds out? I'm sorry, it keeps going in. Okay. You see where it's 5 seconds out and the data says it's 4 miles per hour?
Correct.
Is the black car continually increasing until the point of impact?
That's right.
And so based off of that and the black car's duty to yield right of way, would you say that it complied with its duty?
No. I can say that he did not.
Now, driver expectations, the state asks you about those. Someone who is entering a highway, do you think there is an expectation to consider whether or not the other drivers are speeding?
Yes, in particular for that area, that highway 65 miles per hour is going through these areas, these crossovers and restaurants.
And in regards to the visible perception of someone going 104 versus someone going 65, would a driver be able to perceive that?
Yes.
And I guess I should say a driver in Mr. Dominguez's position on the roadway.
Yes.
I pass the witness.
There's no indication that the victim, Carlos Dominguez, was passed out at the wheel. Is that correct?
Repeat that again, I'm sorry.
There's no indication that Carlos Dominguez was passed out at the wheel or having a seizure.
I don't know.
I'm just asking.
I have no idea.
Okay. And again, you're saying that Mr. Dominguez should have expected a car, particularly in this case, on 181 in this location to be going 104 miles an hour. He should have expected that.
No, but he should have stopped when the car is only 140 feet away. 140 feet is twice more than the length of this room.
So
You could have looked at it and stopped.
my question was 104 miles an hour. He should have expected somebody to be driving 104 miles an hour, 39 miles an hour over the speed limit. He should have expected that.
No.
Thank you.
you stated. Are you passing? Are you passing?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
You stated that when he entered the roadway, that Samuel's car was just 144 feet away.
Correct,
So there's no reason that he shouldn't have seen Samuel, correct?
correct.
And that at that particular point, it would it have been unreasonable for Mr. Dominguez to have entered the roadway under those circumstances?
Correct.
I pass the witness.
No further question for this witness. No further questions.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, defense for us.
Can we approach?
Yes. All right. Everyone, please be seated. And defense, I believe you said you've rested.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. State any rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Ignacio Flores. Thanks again.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you may have a seat. If you'll state your name for the record and keep your voice up so everyone can hear, please.
My name is Ignacio Flores, Ignacio Flores, Flores.
All right, state you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Flores, I'm gonna be as brief as possible. One, how did you know Mr. Carlos Dominguez Senior?
He was a member of our Dominguez golf group.
And what does that golf group pertain to?
We play golf every Tuesday of every week.
And is that comprised of veterans?
Yes, we're all
And-
veterans.
And are you a veteran?
Yes,
And are you currently retired?
yes.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
All right, that'll be
All right.
overruled.
So, how long had you known Carlos Dominguez before his passing?
I knew him like 10 years before that.
And how did you get to know Carlos Dominguez?
We started to play golf together, and then he took over the group, and we started making our tea times and calling everybody to come in.
And I didn't ask you this earlier, sometimes it might sound rude, but how old are you currently, sir?
I'm 75 years old.
And so Mr. Dominguez was 87 at the time of his passing. Is that accurate?
Yes,
So you were probably around 64, 65 when he passed.
yes.
And so when y'all play, when do y'all play golf, or when did y'all play golf usually?
Every Tuesday morning.
And January 25th, 2022, was that on a Tuesday?
Yes,
And did y'all play golf that morning?
yes, we did.
And were you in attendance?
Yes,
And was Mr. Dominguez in attendance?
yes, he was.
And how many individuals played golf that morning?
Oh. We usually have about 20 guys
20
playing.
guys? And if some people that don't play golf, I guess what's it's called foursomes, right?
Yes,
There's 4 people to each group.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
How do you play golf?
we have two carts going out, and each one has 2 guys in it. And we have a tee time, so 4 guys tee off at one time.
Okay. And then if you had 20, how many 4 groupings, 4 people per group, how many groups did y'all have going out?
About 5.
5 groups. And were you, or what part of the group, or were you a part of the group with Mr. Dominguez?
Yes,
And were y'all riding in the same cart or just in the same group?
same group,
Just separate carts?
separate carts.
And what time would y'all have gone, if you remember, what time would y'all have gone golfing?
I think we had a 9:40 or 9:50 time.
And then during this time, how long would it usually take y'all to play golf?
About 4 or 5 hours.
And so if y'all started around let's just make it easy, 9:30 for me. That's 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. That's 4 hours. So we're looking in between 1:30 and 2:30 of when y'all would be
Yes.
stopping possibly.
Yeah.
Give or take some minutes here and there, right?
Yes.
And if you were in the same foursomes, did you have any interactions with Mr. Dominguez that day?
Oh, we talked and goofed around.
And on this particular day, can you describe to the jury like his physical appearance of how he was acting?
He was a happy-go-lucky guy. I mean, we hit the ball and everybody goes out and looks for their balls and takes off.
And this particular day, was he stumbling around?
An
No,
objection, Your Honor, leading.
Okay,
That'll be sustained.
how was he acting physically as in walking?
he was walking gingerly, I mean, gracefully, he was okay.
And what about mentally? Was he able to speak with you?
Oh, yeah, we spoke together. I mean, he had a cart and he was keeping score. And he would ask us, you know, what did you get, Nacho? I got 5, or he would ask everybody what they got and we would go on.
So he was the scorekeeper for y'all's foursome.
Yes,
And so during the course of this outing, were y'all able to finish the I guess the game?
yes, we were. We played 18 holes.
18 holes. And what did he shoot? Do you recall?
I think he shot about a 88 or a 87.
87 or 88?
Yeah,
And for people that don't play golf, is that good or bad?
that's fairly good for us.
What about you? What did you shoot that day, if you recall?
I shot a 99.
99. And so, how would you describe his demeanor, as in, was he happy or sad?
No, he was happy. He was playing with his son at that time too. So he was happy. I was playing with another partner.
And so during the course of this 18-hole game, were you ever concerned with how Mr. Dominguez was acting?
No.
Did anybody else bring it to your attention that they were concerned?
No.
And I know that this is over 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago. I'm assuming the reason, but is there a reason that this particular golf game sticks out in your mind?
No, it's just that he had an accident that day and he had asked us all to go, hey,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Right, that'll be sustained.
he had asked us if we wanted.
Objection.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's
You're
just,
allowed to answer that question.
let me ask you this. After y'all's golf games, did y'all usually do something?
Yes, we usually went out and had dinner.
And on this particular day, why did y'all not go?
Several guys had some things to do, and it's usually about 8 of the 20 guys that go out to dinner or have breakfast.
And so at that time, did y'all then all make your separate ways?
Yes, we all went separate ways.
We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, were you aware that Mr. Dominguez had gout?
Yes,
Were you aware that he had stage 4 kidney disease?
no,
Were you aware that he had denied or declined treatment?
no,
Were you aware that he had 90% heart blockage in one of his arteries?
no,
Were you aware that he had a heart stent?
nope.
Do you know the name of his girlfriend?
We called her La Güera,
I don't know what that means.
light-skinned lady.
Okay, okay, but had you ever met her?
Yes,
Okay, and how often had you seen her?
about 5 or 6 times.
And how long had they been dating?
How long, what?
How long had those two been dating?
Saying 3, 5 years.
And you don't know her first name?
I think it was Dora.
Do you happen to know her last name?
No,
Had you ever been to Mr. Dominguez's home?
no.
I pass the witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. State,
State restaurant.
defense.
Arrest.
All right, state, do you close?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you close?
Close.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to release you. We are going to be back tomorrow at 9:15. At that time, you'll hear closing arguments. And then at that time, after closing arguments, you'll be able to begin your deliberations. Again, do not think about this case outside of this courtroom. You are not allowed to start deliberating. Do not Google anything. Do not do any research. Everything that you know about this case is to come from inside this courtroom and nowhere else. And you're not allowed to think about this case outside this courtroom. When it's time for you to think about this case, it will be in the jury room and I will let you know. Does everyone understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.